Collins also says that VA hospitals are operating normally despite the shutdown because they're running on pre-approved funds. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
On Wall Street, stock futures are mixed the day after a big sell-off. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
Hi, this is Sean Thompson. When you take your grandkids to Disney, do they know what's in your investment portfolio? Do they even care? They're busy having a great time, and you're busy making memories. At Alpha Wealth Group, Tom Fortino understands the nuts and bolts of retirement planning. The investments, the stock market, taxes, Social Security, Medicare, and much more. But think about it. What are you really trying to do here? Is your goal to beat the S&P, or is your goal to make memories with your family? At Alpha Wealth Group, their goal is to give you the confidence to spend in retirement without the fear of running out of money. Call Tom Fortino and the team at Alpha Wealth Group to learn more. You can do it today. Call 630-864-6711. The number again, 630-864-6711. To schedule a no-obligation consultation. You can do it today online as well at alphawealthgroup.com. That's alphawealthgroup.com.
Hi, Dan Proft here. Data shows that boys make up more than one-third of those exploited in the sex trade. However, there are virtually no services available to male victims and survivors of trafficking and exploitation. They are often overlooked, ignored, and left without support. For 35 years, Emmaus has been on the front lines of an issue most of us can hardly imagine, helping men and boys in Chicago escape the nightmare of human trafficking and rebuild their lives. On Friday, November 1st, you're invited to attend an unforgettable evening at the Emmaus 35th Anniversary Gala at Fisherman's Inn in Elburn, Illinois. Together, they'll celebrate faith, freedom, and restoration with a beautifully catered dinner, an inspiring program, and a silent auction, all to support the mission of rescuing and restoring survivors. This is your chance to do something that truly matters. Reserve your seat today, or if you can't attend, make a life-changing donation at streets.org. That's streets.org. Emmaus is restoring lives. Let's help them keep going. Visit streets.org.
MyPillow is excited to announce they're having their biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. My Slippers, only $39.98. Any color, any style. Regular $149.98. Now only $39.98. That's a $110 savings. Once they're gone for good. My Towels are finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And for the first and only time, get their limited edition premium My Pillows made with Giza cotton and a designer gusset. Queens $17.98, Kings only $19.98. Also, for a limited time, when your order is over $100, you'll receive free shipping plus $100 in free digital gifts. So go to mypillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
Ross Shaw talks about building income in retirement.
You know, you can actually structure it in a way that have that $4,000 a month coming in the door every single month. So you don't have to look at the stock ticker and say, oh, the stock market's up today, stock market's down. You still got that $4,000 a month, and having that opportunity to take the vacations and do all the fun things in retirement that you always dream to do.
Unleash Your Wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Get your tickets for Freedom Summit Chicago 2025, happening on Saturday, November 8th at Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca. This year, featuring Dr. Ben Carson, Scott Jennings, Mike Gallagher, along with Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, John Anthony, and many more. This event will sell out fast, so get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Nauman and Associates, Scott Tucker Solutions Incorporated, and by Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago.
It's October 23rd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is Snow Leopard Day. The day started in 2014 to show the importance of snow leopard conservation and raise awareness about this incredible animal. On this day in 1983, 241 U.S. military personnel died when a suicide bomber drives a truck packed with explosives into a U.S. Marine barracks in Beirut. A hostage crisis begins in a Moscow theater in 2002 when Chechen rebels stormed the venue, taking up to more than 900 people hostage. In 2015, Adele releases her single Hello. It becomes the first song with more than 1 million downloads in its first week, 1.1 million. Born on this day in 1976, Canadian actor and comedian Ryan Reynolds.
My name is Deadpool, and I'm an X-Man.
Trainee!
I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
If you need custom boxes and crates, expert packing and crating, import-export transloading with heavy lift capability, the DC Group delivers. It all started 51 years ago with DC Export and Domestic Packing, the hard work of founders Dominic and Carol Cochamiglio. Their family's desire to exceed customer expectations, backed by an incredible team and loyal customers, is now driving expansion. From their humble roots in a garage-sized building to 100,000 square feet in the Chicago area, 45,000 in Greenville, and a new Houston facility, they're coast to coast, and their sister company, DC Transport, handles everything from container drayage to super heavy haul loads across North America since 1991. Whether it's packing and crating, transloading, transportation service, or trade shows, the DC Group delivers. Those that attended FabTech 2025, we'd love to hear from you. Get your quote now at dcexport.com. That's dcexport.com, your trusted logistics partner.
Family fun is back at Go-Bert's Farm in Pingree Grove. For over 40 years, Go-Bert's is Chicagoland's family destination for fall fun. Come experience new rides, a huge corn play box, train adventure, farm animals, and our famous pumpkin-eating dinosaur.
This was the most fun day ever. My parents were there, my kids were there. There was a pumpkin patch, a maze, a haunted house, slides, a train, a fresh market, and there was so much more. I loved it.
It's a family tradition for us to visit Go-Bert's. The pumpkins are great, the attractions are fun, and the apple cider donuts are to die for.
Loved it, and almost all the activities were free. My kids had a blast.
And the kids say,
my mom loves the homemade caramel apple.
I have to say, the pumpkin cannon is cool.
They got a pumpkin-eating dinosaur. The live giraffe is really cool.
I love the jumping pillow and the Pumpkin Express train ride.
Go-Bert's Farm in Pingree Grove. Pick apples, visit the pumpkin patch, explore the park, and just have fun. Go to GoBirds.com to purchase tickets now. That's GoBirds.com. Go-Birds, harvesting family memories.
If you're looking for a caring dentist and an experienced dental staff who'll treat you like family, then it's time to call Dr. Y at Oak Lawn Dental LLC. Dr. Yorks and his team will create a smile that you'll want to share with family and friends. Go to oaklawndentist.com for a complete list of services or call Oak Lawn Dental for an appointment with Dr. Y at 708-424-5700. And for a limited time, get a $100 credit on your new account. Call 708-424-5700. Oak Lawn Dental LLC for the smile you deserve.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gay Vallis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-515-1865. 800-515-1865. 800-515-1865.
Sean Thompson here, and I'm with attorney Bert Hochberg from the law firm of Schiller, Ducanto, and Fleck. We're talking about divorce arbitration. This is not really a new, or is it a new, innovative way to go through divorce?
Arbitration has been around for decades. It's completely legit and available to resolve divorce cases. The litigants and their lawyers sign an arbitration agreement. They identify what the issues are, and we set up dates, and we determine what experts and witnesses there may be. Arbitration is a hearing, a trial that is intended to finish a case efficiently with limited appeal, with a binding decision. And it's confidential, so it has some great characteristics.
I think it's a unique alternative to divorce. For more information, please visit sdflaw.com and type Bert Hochberg into the search box. That's sdflaw.com or call direct 773-255-6150.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
Well, that was a surprise. The HVAC tech just said our furnace apparently has a cracked heat exchanger, and it'll cost thousands.
Oh, you're kidding. He barely looked at it. Now he's pushing a huge repair? What should we do?
I don't really trust them. We need a second opinion. My brother Mark recommended Air Right Heating and Cooling. I looked them up and they seem legit. Great Google reviews. I'm sure they'd give us an honest assessment. He liked that they checked their carbon monoxide readings so he knows the air they're breathing is safe. And I guess it also gave a sense of how much life was left in their furnace.
I'd love that peace of mind. Plus, why spend a fortune on something we might not even need?
Get a second opinion from Air Right Heating and Cooling. Tell them AM 560 sent you and get $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling right now at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
Our veterans are our heroes. They answered the call to defend our freedom, putting their lives on the line for our nation. But today, thousands of those brave men and women are facing something no hero should ever face: food insecurity. That's where Farm to Veteran comes in. Through the Fulcrum Farm Foundation, this remarkable organization delivers farm-fresh, nutritious food directly to veterans in need through veteran services and organizations. From greenhouse-grown produce to eggs, they're ensuring our heroes have access to the high-quality food they deserve. But Farm to Veteran can't do it alone. They need our help. Your financial contribution directly supports their mission to feed more veterans across their growing network of partner farms nationwide. And there's another way you can make a difference. Join them at their upcoming community events. Visit farmtoveteran.com today. That's farm2veteran.com to donate or learn about events near you. Because those who served our country shouldn't have to wonder where their next meal is coming from. Let's stand with those who stood for us. That's farm2veteran.com.
When the power goes out, life stops. Heat, AC, fridge, phones, all gone. But with a Generac home standby generator from True Power Generator Service, your home powers back on automatically, so you're never left in the dark. Book your consultation today at truepowergenerator.com. That's TRUpowergenerator.com. Plus, 560 listeners get a free 10-year extended warranty. Terms and conditions apply. Call for details. True Power Generator Service and Generac. It's not just a generator, it's a power move.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be mostly sunny and breezy with a high of 53. Tonight, expect clear skies and chilly conditions with a low of 35. Some frost may form in colder areas. Tomorrow will bring plenty of sunshine, reaching a high of 55. Saturday will feature sun shining through high clouds with a high of 58. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. We have to begin the show today with some really, really terrible news. I'm sorry to report. I heard about this last night, but of course I didn't want to say anything until a statement from the family. And a statement from the Darren Bailey campaign has been issued. I'll read the statement. On Wednesday evening, Darren and his wife Cindy received the heartbreaking news no parent ever wants to hear. Their son Zachary, his wife Kelsey, and their two young children, Veda Rose, age 12, and Samuel, age 7, tragically lost their lives in a helicopter accident in Montana. Their other grandson, Finn, age 10, was not on the helicopter and is safe. Darren and Cindy are heartbroken by this unimaginable loss. They are finding comfort in their faith, their family, and the prayers of so many who love and care for them deeply. The Baileys deeply appreciate the kindness and support. So, of course, our condolences go out to Darren and Cindy Bailey and their family. This is horrific news. And whatever our political disagreements are, and frankly, over Darren's political career, we've been much more in agreement than disagreement. We're in a disagreement now, but that's okay. That's not unimportant compared to this. So condolences to Darren and Cindy and his family, and I would join those in asking for your prayers for the Bailey family during this difficult time. Dan Proft, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, Chicagoland, your trusted friend Jeff here from JeffBuysYourHouse.com. Over the past few months, I've shared how our veteran-led team serves Chicagoland homeowners. Today, I want to share with you what your neighbors are saying about working with us. Like Mary in Downers Grove, who wrote, "They listened to my concerns about moving from my home of 30 years and created a timeline that worked for me." Or Tom and Carol Stream, who said, "Their team helped me sort through 40 years of memories with respect and patience." This is why hundreds of your neighbors have given us a 5-star Google review and an A+ rating with the BBB. We don't just buy houses. We help people through life's transitions with understanding and care. No repairs needed, no cleanout required, and always on your timeline. Ready to work with the home buying team your neighbors trust? Sell your house to the trusted source by calling us at 630-895-9530. That's 630-895-9530 or JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
This is Hugh Hewitt for townhall.com. Voting for the New York mayoral race begins this week. If Republicans in New York City vote in large number for former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo for mayor, the greatest city in the world will avoid a plunge into a spiral of collapse on many fronts. New York City is home to 8.5 million people. 4.7 million of them are active registered voters. Another 700,000 are inactive voters. Democratic Party registrants make up the largest bloc at nearly 2/3 of the electorate. And Republican Party registrants make up a mere 11%. Curtis Sliwa ran unopposed for the GOP nomination, but even an 8th grader with decent math skills should be able to recognize that Sliwa cannot win. Not possible. There aren't enough Republicans. Reasonable and even activist, hardcore conservative Republicans should hold their noses and vote for Andrew Cuomo. New York City is just too important to fail. I'm Hugh Hewitt.
AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Well, picking up on that Hugh Hewitt commentary, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with my friend Hugh when it comes to voting for Andrew Cuomo. Last night, there was another debate between the three candidates. the Kami Zamdani, Andrew Cuomo, Handsy Andy, and boy, that came up. And Curtis Sliwa, the Republican, you know him as the guardian angel. It's somewhat of a perennial candidate, too. There's been a lot of pressure, as so indicated by Hugh Hewitt's commentary, for Sliwa to drop out and roll in with Cuomo because the math goes like this. If Sliwa's out, there's polling that suggests that Cuomo is within 4 or 5 points, technical striking distance, with a couple of weeks to go here, a little bit less. And it's possible to sideline Mamdani. And this would somehow save New York because New York's too important to lose, said, as you just heard Hugh Hewitt say. Sliwa has been pressed on this. And, he's not budging. And I don't think he should. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. The argument for even hardcore conservatives to hold your nose and fold in with Cuomo, I should say. I'm a little just unclear here what Andrew Cuomo saved New York City from exactly. And this was something that actually was bounced around a little bit in last night's debate. When we come back, we'll pick up some of those clips from last night's debate and further this discussion. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line, and text line. Dan Proft, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. The Dinesh D'Souza Podcast.
This is the important thing to recognize about Trump is he's a very transactional guy. Trump will impose a penalty, and if you come to him and say, well, let's make a deal. This is the actual opposite of socialism. This is called cutting a deal to make something work. And I think that's all that goes through Trump's mind.
Subscribe to the Dinesh D'Souza Podcast on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com. News. Hear sound teaching from God's Word from Dr. David Jeremiah on Turning Point. Each weekday morning at 9:30 on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Anthony and John here from Bionic Auto Parts, proud clients of Signature Bank. We deliver high-quality, recycled, and remanufactured auto parts to Chicago and Milwaukee. Our mission is simple: provide parts safely, reliably, with great customer satisfaction.
We process over 350 vehicles a month. With big banks, everything took forever. Layers of approvals and endless delays. At Signature Bank, one call got it done. Whether it's lending, deposits, or treasury management, they deliver fast. Signature Bank made us feel like family. That's a partnership we deeply appreciate.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Sean Thompson here, and with me today is my friend Dr. Michael Huber, who is one of the creators and developers of Virago. Why don't you tell us what Virago is and the benefits of it?
I created Virago with 23 natural ingredients that work together to create this immune response in the body. I created it to fight viruses.
Well, what I love about it is I don't want to put anything in my body that isn't natural. So I love the idea that you took 23 natural ingredients and mixed them together. And the benefits of that can be different to everybody, as everybody's unique, but at least you know they're all natural ingredients.
They're natural bioflavonoids, natural vitamins, nothing synthetic about the vitamins. Like they have synthetic E out there and they have that. I didn't use any of those synthetic vitamins. Only natural vitamins, only natural bioflavonoids. That's the only thing that I would use.
I absolutely love it. Go to myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Virago and Maha.
Maha starts with Virago.
Making America healthy again.
MyPillow is excited to announce they're having their biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. My Slippers, only $39.98. Any color, any style. Regular $149.98. Now only $39.98. That's a $110 savings. Once they're gone for good. My Towels are finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And for the first and only time, get their limited edition premium My Pillows made with Giza cotton and a designer gusset. Queens $17.98, Kings only $19.98. Also, for a limited time, when your order is over $100, you'll receive free shipping plus $100 in free digital gifts. So go to mypillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up at 5:38, should conservatives roll with Cuomo in New York City? We'll have highlights from some testy exchanges in last night's New York City mayoral debate and your response to that question, since there's clearly disagreement among conservatives, like, me and Hugh Hewitt, for example. That's 5:38. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It is 41 degrees in Chicago on AM 560, The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the AM 560 newsroom. A federal judge has ordered Border Patrol and immigration officials must sit down for a deposition to discuss how federal officers are enforcing the law. Customs and Border Patrol Chief Patrol Agent Greg Bovino joins Fox's America Reports, claiming that authorities are acting ethically.
They operate with extreme professionalism. They do everything right. I've not seen one instance of something that was out of control or wrong.
And O'Hare International Airport has recorded the busiest summer in its 70-year history, according to Mayor Brandon Johnson and the Chicago Department of Aviation. More than 24.3 million passengers traveled through O'Hare during June, July, and August, surpassing the previous record of 24 million that was set in 2019. This news report is sponsored by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends November 1st. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next.
Get your tickets for Freedom Summit Chicago 2025, happening on Saturday, November 8th at Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca. This year, featuring Dr. Ben Carson, Scott Jennings, Mike Gallagher, along with Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, John Anthony, and many more. This event will sell out fast, so get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Aid for Women, Breakthrough Ideas, and by attorney Stephen A. Leahy at Opum Tax Advocates.
Hey, Chicagoland, your trusted friend Jeff here from JeffBuysYourHouse.com. Over the past few months, I've shared how our veteran-led team serves Chicagoland homeowners. Today, I want to share with you what your neighbors are saying about working with us. Like Mary in Downers Grove, who wrote, "They listened to my concerns about moving from my home of 30 years and created a timeline that worked for me." Or Tom and Carol Stream, who said, "Their team helped me sort through 40 years of memories with respect and patience." This is why hundreds of your neighbors have given us a 5-star Google review and an A+ rating with the BBB. We don't just buy houses. We help people through life's transitions with understanding and care. No repairs needed, no cleanout required, and always on your timeline. Ready to work with the home buying team your neighbors trust? Sell your house to the trusted source by calling us at 630-895-9530. That's 630-895-9530 or jeffbuysyourhouse.com.
An informed and educated citizenry is the only guarantee to preserve our constitutional republic. And each week, you'll hear from experts, not pundits, and find out what's really happening, from local issues to national politics. Listen to The Real Story with Jeannie Ives. There's no topic of public policy concern that she won't talk about. Stop the lies. Learn the truth. Join the conversation. Sunday night at 7, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or at NewNordicUSA.com.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
You know, nothing beats the comfort of a perfectly heated home.
And when it comes to heating your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is fast. When your furnace breaks down, they'll fix it right away.
Just like that. Big time results. No waiting around. You get the job done right. And let's face it, who doesn't love being warm, right? It's beautiful. When it's freezing, I crank up that amazing furnace. Burn, baby, burn. Trust me, you'll say, wow, I've never felt this warm in my life.
If you like keeping your hard-earned money, then contact Air Right Heating and Cooling. Tell them AM 560 sent you, and right now you'll receive $56 off any service.
Unbelievable.
Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be mostly sunny and breezy with a high of 53. Tonight, expect clear skies and chilly temperatures, possibly leading to frost in colder areas with a low of 35. Tomorrow will bring plenty of sunshine and a high of 55. Looking ahead to Saturday, anticipate sun peeking through high clouds with a high of 58. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. News, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion. There's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Returning to the New York City mayor's race. It is kind of important. America's most populous city and all. Financial, still really the financial center of the Western world, although that is being diluted. But I don't think it takes much persuasion to convince people of the importance of New York City and our major cities generally. So it matters who the mayor is. And because everyone on the left was caught flat-footed with Zohran Mamdani's primary victory, particularly the financier class, they've been scrambling ever since. A lot of big talk from billionaires like Bill Ackman, but not much in the way of results. And so here we are, within a couple of weeks of the election. Zohran Mamdani still enjoys a comfortable lead over Andrew Cuomo. Curtis Sliwa, the Republican candidate, spoiler, at least perceived to be based on what the polling suggests. And so the pressure comes from conservatives and Cuomo supporters alike for Sliwa to drop out. so that his vote can largely migrate to Cuomo, and maybe Cuomo can close a more reasonable gap than he currently faces. That's the theory. So conservatives are being implored to roll with Cuomo and ignore Sliwa, particularly if he won't drop out. First, in terms of the pressure to drop out, this is pre-debate now. Sliwa on a podcast earlier this week.
However, I think it is clear to New Yorkers who are against Mamdani that you and Cuomo are splitting the anti-Mamdani vote. So my question is simple. Are you okay if Mamdani wins that you, so to speak, contributed to that?
Well, number one, Ackman is a jerk. Has he been right yet? Here's a guy who goes up to Newport, Rhode Island and thinks he's a professional tennis player. Come on, Ackman. Stay in your lane. Does he know anything about politics? No. Does he live in New York City? No. He lives in Chapakua, the whitest suburb of America, where even the lawn jockeys are white. He may know Wall Street. He may know hedge funds. He has been wrong every step of the way with the billionaires. So let's say people come to the conclusion, if somehow I lose, and we know Andrew Cuomo's lost, he's already tossed in the town. Oh, it's because of you, Curtis. Really? It's because of the Democrats. Wait a second. Who created Zohran Mamdani? Who embraced him? Who nourished him? Who supported him? And how dare you, people who know nothing about politics, suggest that everybody who's going to vote for me is suddenly going to be reborn? We love Andrew Cuomo. He killed all these elderly. He's a sexual harasser. He told conservatives and Republicans in 2014, if you're conservative and you believe in right to life, and the Second Amendment, you have no place in New York. You need to leave. This is the result of the Democrats' self-destruction. So I'm supposed to help them? How come they don't help themselves? Andrew Cuomo failed everybody in that primary. He even admitted it. Now he's basically saying, I can't win without Sliwa votes. Where are your votes? Why don't you spend your money? And he's got millions from the billionaires. Millions. Go out, get your own votes. Convert Sliwa voters. But for me to drop out, I represent a major party line. I have people running under me, council people, judges. They put their heart and soul into it. They support me. I have more donations than Andrew Cuomo does, matching funds. So you know something? This is called voting. Sure. Since when do we not let people vote? Billionaires determine the next mayor? If they don't like it, they can leave. They have options. Blue-collar working class people don't. Those are the people I'm representing, not Andrew Cuomo. Sure.
What do you think about Sliwa's argument? He's a bit of a colorful character, but I think he's making a pretty cogent argument there, actually. I really do. And I do like the Chappaqua line. So white, even the lawn jockeys are white. And by the way, that's where the Clintons live, too, don't forget. Not just Bill Ackman. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, as well as the turnkey.pro text line. Trump was asked if he was going to weigh in on this race, and he doesn't really want to get involved.
He's not going to win, and not looking too good for Cuomo either. But maybe, I don't know, if he dropped out, maybe Cuomo would have a little bit of a chance, but not much. Because it looks like the lead it's not a great lead, but it's big enough that he should be able to win. So, I don't know that I want to get involved. It's really a question of, would I rather have a Democrat or a communist? And I would rather have a Democrat than a communust.
Will you meet with Mamdani if he wins?
Yeah, I'll speak to him. Did you obligation to speak to him, but I love New York. I've always loved New York. I just can't believe a thing like this is happening.
It's happening. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line and text line. Text from 773. Would Sliwa's name still be on the ballot if he dropped out now? Yes, it would. There's no way to. I mean, first of all, you've had early voting going on. So, yeah, there's no way to pull his name now. The word would get out, and, of course, his vote totals would plummet, and much of that would go to Cuomo. Will it be enough? I doubt it. There's something else, too, about this Democrat versus communist formulation and the argument that Hugh Hewitt and others are making about, in terms of suggesting that conservatives must roll in with Andrew Cuomo. Because the perception is, he's just a Democrat. He's more pragmatic, whereas Mamdani is a Marxist ideologue, and he definitely is. But Cuomo is just a pragmatic Democrat. Is that, I mean, to Sliwa's point, short memories. Is that what we saw from Cuomo as governor? The pragmatic Democrat? I think people conflate being pragmatic politically with being pragmatic from a policy perspective. Cuomo is pragmatic politically, and you know where that puts him? With the Marxist ideologues who dominate his party. He's not pragmatic from a policy perspective because that would endanger his political viability within the party. That was the record of Handsy Andy Cuomo, in addition to the things Sliwa mentioned he said about conservatives, in addition to the sexual harassment business, the Handsy Andy Cuomo, I'm an Italian, I just, speak and touch and hug and feel right. In addition to his catastrophic decision-making during COVID and the spectacle he made of himself, America's governor during COVID. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to be to COVID what Rudy Giuliani was to 9/11. Didn't work out that way. And then the grotesqueness of writing a book about executive leadership with that multi-million-dollar advance. I mean, bottom feeder, this Handsy Andy Cuomo. And always has been, going back to when he was HUD director under Clinton, right? Anyway, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Paul and Carrie.
Hey, Dan, sorry if you already addressed this. What about this isn't a reveal on my behalf, but what about the potential nepotism, Sliwa hiring his wife? He's going to ride it out to the end to collect the salaries for various people in his family or potential cronyism and so forth. Have you heard that? Or was it Ackman who said that? Or
I don't know. I've heard it. I don't know who said it. I don't know if I don't know if his wife is formally on the payroll. I mean, that's a bad look. But I mean, if she's doing work, it's probably a relatively small operation, particularly as compared to the other two campaigns. I mean, that's not nearly as offensive as Andrew Cuomo's tenure as governor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks for the call, Paul. Roger DeKalb.
Hey, Dan, I like your show a lot. Listen every day. But so I live out here in DeKalb, in the sticks with the Hicks. And
yeah.
I've heard all my life from the Dems, the Chicago big city, these Dems and those phonics, throwing a F-bomb every 5 words, telling me how, we were, stupid out here and how much smarter they were there. You were in the big city because that's where everything happened. So, in these big cities, impede and implode on themselves. It's like, wow, it's really too bad. You guys are so smart all my life, but I guess it wasn't necessarily true, was it?
Yeah. They're so cosmopolitan and enlightened, aren't they?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's what it was about. It's like, you people can't speak English, and you're like, you're telling me how much smarter than you are because you live in Chicago?
Yes, right. That is the indicia of intelligence. Thanks for the call, Roger. Yeah, by the way, too, a text from 773 points out, why doesn't Cuomo drop out? Other people have made that point, too. I mean, Sliwa has a much better record, not in office than Andrew Cuomo did in office. And so this city that's dominated by the left, Dem to Republicans is 4-1. And the Republicans are supposed to ride in and help out particularly the financiers of this leftism that don't like how this spun out of control. Easily predictable, but not to them. And so it's Republicans. I'll tell you what, if you're so concerned, then get Cuomo out of the race and throw all his support to Sliwa. Get Adams to fold in, too, and let's have all hands on deck for Sliwa, the Republican. to issue a proper disciplinary message to the Marxist base of your party. Oh, no, we're not supposed to do that. Oh, why? Because Cuomo's a handful of points ahead of Sliwa? Well, okay. As Sliwa said, that's a your party problem, not a my party problem. There were some fun moments, too. I mean, this was something. They got ranked choice voting, or they were asked about ranked choice voting. 1, 2, sort of like if you couldn't vote for yourself, who would you vote for? Sort of a backdoor question of that nature. First Mamdani, then Sliwa.
Answer a straight question. If there was a ranked choice election, how would you vote, Mr. Mamdani?
If there was a ranked choice election?
In this. You'd have to rank these.
Myself, number 1, and Curtis, number 2.
Mr. Sliwa.
Oh, please don't be glazing me here, Zora. Are you kidding?
Mr. Sliwa, do you want to have an answer?
I support ranked choice voting, but I'd only vote for myself.
Don't be glazing me. Sliwa is so street. Uh-huh. Nobody likes Andy Cuomo, except people who don't like Zora Mamdani, are afraid of him, like the Bill Ackmans of the world. And the people say, but I can never vote for somebody with an R next to their name. Okay, well, then you get what you get. How's that? And as I said, don't think that a Cuomo mayoralty would be so substantially different than a Zoran mayoralty. First of all, because it'll be a function of how radical the city council is. And secondly, it'll be a function of where political opportunity lies for Andy Cuomo. And that will be with the base of the party if he wants to go from mayor back to statewide or even national office. And don't think he doesn't. The full rehabilitation. Pragmatic politically is different than pragmatic from a policy perspective, like you're trying to drive to a solution. Imperfect, but maybe something that improves the situation. He's not looking to improve the situation. He's always and forever looking to improve his situation. Greg, Jefferson Park.
Hey, good morning, Dan. You're absolutely right with respect to this whole situation and the rest of the council there in New York. Sliwa would tell those guys to pound sand. Cuomo, I'll tell you something. If I lived there, I'd vote. Curtis would be my man. There's no way in hell I would vote for Cuomo. No way whatsoever. You know what? If that's what the people want, this commie dog, then they're going to have to live with the results of voting him in and getting exactly what he wants. His little communist socialist parade of morons there. Ridiculous spending, and the Bill Ackmans of the world, to hell with them, man. Move to North Carolina or something. Have a good day.
Thanks for the call, Greg. Yeah, I mean, conservatives have a little self-respect. Somebody spends most of their career denigrating you, and all of a sudden they need you, and it's purely transactional. And also, it's not very much, it's not like you're being wooed either. It's, you should do this or else. Okay, no. How's that? Oh, you need me now. You have a very strange way of asking for help, like this exchange between Cuomo and Sliwa yesterday over the number of beds for psychiatric patients in New York.
Okay, thank you, 40,000 beds for mental health in the state hospital system. By the time you fled fearing impeachment, you cut the budget down to 4,000 beds. Shame on you for putting those emotionally disturbed persons in the street.
You don't know what you're saying. Well, there's one bet I'm going to say for you, but no one is saying about
one bet I'm going to say for you. Okay, and I'm supposed to get out of the race and tell my supporters vote for you. Okay. And by the way, speaking of that, you fled, you didn't leave. This was a fun exchange. Sliwa taking another shot across the bow of one handsy Andy.
Andrew, you didn't leave. You fled from being impeached by the Democrats in the state legislature. Leave. You fled. Okay, but let's get back on topic.
Yeah, because Cuomo kept referring to his record when I left office. So Sliwa had finally had enough. Yeah, you got out before you were run out of town on a rail, buddy. Leave. Sliwa's entertaining. He really makes these debates. And then there were some moments where both of them teamed up on Cuomo, and it was pretty devastating. It almost seemed like Cuomo didn't expect them to go to take it to this place, and I don't know how he couldn't have. But, ooh, baby, all those sexual harassment complaints, Cuomo may be trying to put those in the rearview mirror, but many, many people haven't forgotten. And not since Trump brought Juanita Broaddrick and Paula Jones to the debate with Hillary Clinton has there been a moment like this that I recall.
Mr. Cuomo, in 2021, 13 different women who worked in your administration credibly accused you of sexual harassment. Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to defend yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political. You have even gone so far as to legally go after these women. One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening. You sought to access her private gynecological records. She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her. I, however, can speak. What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
If you want to be in government, then you have to be serious and mature. There were allegations of sexual harassment. They were then went to 5 district attorneys, fully litigated for 4 years. The cases were dropped, right? You know that as a fact. So everything you just said was a misstatement, which we're accustomed to.
Everything that I stated was a misstatement?
Yes, because the cases were dropped. That's what happened.
I remember an Andy Cuomo that was all down with the Me Too movement. Believe women, whatever they say, without question. Except when you're the target, huh, Andy? And I'm supposed to have sympathy? Sliwa piled on.
Zoran, you talk about free. But we know that somebody's got to pay for it, and that's you, the taxpayers. And that's going to lead to bankruptcy. The only reason that Zoran is on the stage is because of the failed Governor Cuomo, who was rejected by the Democrats in the primary and rejected by 13 women who charged you with sexual harassment. Do you ever know that no means no? You know what no means?
Your question is to Mr. Mamdani? Who was your question to?
I don't think Cuomo gets a bump coming out of last night's debate. Let me just say that. Jeff in Cal City.
Good morning, Dan. You know, when they elect Zoran, nothing's going to happen. The walls aren't going to come tumbling down. The city isn't going to burn. And what will happen is when his tenure is done, they're going to say, see, it wasn't so bad, this whole communism thing, nothing came of it. Just like look with Brandon Johnson, they have set the bar so low in Chicago that anyone they elect, from a dog to a cat, is going to be better, and they're going to say, see, nothing really bad happened.
Right. No, it's a great city. Everything's going well. Absolutely. Thanks for the call, Jeff. Just like de Blasio. De Blasio served 2 terms, came and went, and what? Did people learn their lesson? Did people say, well, that was a disaster? Because it was on the merits, but who's measuring? Who's paying attention to the measuring? Who's even paying attention to the quality of their life? I mean, it sounds like a silly question, but you almost have to ask it the way that these people behave and they vote. They're completely sentimentalist with the choices they make, to the extent and to the extent they don't have ideological blinders on to boot. And so you go from a Sandinista, as Larry Kudlow famously characterized de Blasio, 2 terms, don't forget, to Eric Adams, which was sort of a mess, couldn't figure out who he wanted to be, to now this. And but conservatives, and you had conservatives to ride into the right to the rescue here, or even attempt to ride to the rescue? I don't think so. No, sorry. Godspeed, New York City. Coming up at 6:06, we'll turn our attention to all things ICE and law enforcement related. Lot of activity to discuss, including, for the first time that I'm aware of, Katie Abraham's mom speaks. That's coming up 6:06. It's now 6 a.m. AM 560 WIND.
Instead of a summit, sanctions. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Trump is targeting the 2 biggest Russian oil companies after calling off his planned second summit with Russian leader Vladimir Putin, who keeps waging war in Ukraine.
It didn't feel right to me. It didn't feel like we were going to get to the place we have to get, so I canceled it. But we'll do it in the future.
And it's not just the U.S. imposing sanctions. Our allies overseas are, too.
This 19th package of European Union sanctions includes banning the import of Russian liquefied natural gas, intended as a blow to the valuable income stream Russia gets from selling energy. The new package also adds travel restrictions on Russian diplomats and identifies over 100 more vessels from Moscow's sanction-evading shadow fleet.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. The U.S. military has blown up another drug boat. The 9th one suspected of trafficking illegal drugs from South America, killing 3 on board. Secretary of State Marco Rubio blames
dangerous, violent drug cartels that operate as terrorists who are flooding our country with drugs.
Rubio said that before taking off for Israel to monitor a Gaza ceasefire still in place. This hasn't happened at the Vatican in more than 500 years. In that service in the Sistine Chapel, Britain's King Charles prayed with Pope Leo. No British monarch has done that with any pope since the 1500s. Less than 2 weeks before the New York City election for mayor getting national attention, the Democratic frontrunner, President Trump calls a communist, debated his rivals again last night.
I look forward to being a mayor for every single person that calls this city home.
And Zoran Mamdani sparred with former Governor Andrew Cuomo on Spectrum News, New York 1.
You have never had a job. You've never accomplished anything.
Republican Curtis Sliwa, distant third in the polls, took aim at both.
Zoran, your resume could fit on a cocktail napkin. And Andrew, your failures could fill a public school library in New York City.
America's listening to Fox News.
WIND, Chicago.
Good morning. It is 41 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keen in the AM 560 newsroom. A federal judge has ordered Border Patrol and immigration officials sit down for a deposition to discuss how federal officers are enforcing the law. Fox's Garrett Tenney is in Chicago with more.
That federal judge is extending the ban on the National Guard from deploying to Chicago for another 30 days now in order to give the Supreme Court more time to weigh in on this case. And the administration argues those troops are needed here in Chicago and across the country to protect those federal agents from the growing number of protests that we're seeing, including the increasing number of cases of activists targeting agents doing their job. An Illinois state rep posted video showing him doing community ICE patrol and following agents on Chicago's northwest side.
The deployment of National Guard troops here in Chicago has already been blocked for 2 weeks, but that order may be extended another 30 days. And the Harvey Police Department is currently investigating allegations of criminal sexual assault and criminal sexual abuse that initially occurred at the University of Chicago Ingalls Memorial Hospital. A posting on the police department's Facebook page states that the investigation may involve multiple victims across various medical facilities. Officials say they're actively seeking to identify any additional victims or witnesses who may have been involved or who may have observed these criminal activities. If you have any information about this individual or their whereabouts, you're asked to contact Detective Baptist at the Harvey Police Department. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Big savings on full mouth dental implants are here at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Medical insurance can make what used to cost a fortune surprisingly affordable. Don't wait. Take the 60-second quiz to see if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560. The Answer.
Your home is a valuable asset, and you want to take care of your home. From roofs, siding, windows, and doors to furnaces, flooring, landscaping, and much more. Listen to your go-to for all things home. It's Home Answers Radio every Sunday morning at 9. Presented by Lang Home Medical Equipment, Valdecast Windows and Doors, and by JeffBuysYourHouse.com. Get answers from industry experts so you can make informed decisions about your home improvement. Right here on AM 560, The Answer. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
If you have an IRA or 401k, this is a message you really need to hear. In just the last 2 years, the price of 1 troy ounce of silver has more than doubled, up over 100%, and silver is now poised for major gains in the months ahead. Call Advantage Gold at 800-741-GOLD to learn how to convert a portion of your retirement assets into physical silver and position yourself for the next wave of growth in precious metals. It's not too late to leverage the power of silver to help secure your financial future. With the devaluation of the U.S. dollar and volatility in the stock market, silver continues to be a safe haven asset that investors trust. When you call 800-741-GOLD, you'll get your free precious metals rollover guide, plus a copy of former IMF Chairman Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. The time is now to consider adding silver into the mix to protect your retirement. Call Advantage Gold at 800-741-4653. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-741-GOLD.
This month, Pure Talk is supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat vets struggling with PTSD. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. Sure, I like the unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and you will too. But you will love being in business with a company that shares your values. Dial pound 250, say Micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication on your accounts, report phishing, and update your software on all your devices. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. So stay smart, stay safe, and stay protected with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use the promo code BECK. Terms do apply.
The Lutheran Life Communities Foundation supports spiritual care at our 4 retirement communities. Our full-time chaplains provide Christian support as older people journey through the aging process. Through assisted living, memory care, nursing, and rehab, our chaplains walk the path with your loved ones. Please support our 130-year mission with your offering today. Visit LutheranLifeCommunities.org today. That's LutheranLifeCommunities.org. Find out how you can help.
If you or someone you love are getting high quotes for dental implants, visit AlmostFreeTeeth.com today. With a medical PPO insurance plan, it's possible to save 90% off on average to be able to smile again. Check if you qualify now at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. Starting off with a problem on the outbound Stevenson, a crash at First Avenue. It's off on the shoulder, but delays start right around Harlem Avenue. So on the outbound Stevenson from Tri-State to Lakeshore, that is 25 minutes. On the inbound side, it's 19 minutes. The Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn Interchange is 14 minutes. Outbound is 10. Traveling on the Eden, looking good in both directions from Lake Cook to Montrose. 14 minutes inbound, outbound is 13. The Kennedy inbound from O'Hare to the Burn Interchange is 17 minutes, outbound is 16. And no major slowdowns on the Eisenhower both ways from Wolf to the Old Post Office. Inbound is 13, outbound is 14. Watch out for an accident with injuries in Oak Lawn, and this is on 111th Street at Cicero Avenue. Traffic is a service of Fox Valley Coins. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be mostly sunny and
breezy with a high of 53. Tonight, expect clear skies and chilly conditions with a low of 35. Some frost may form in colder areas. Tomorrow will bring plenty of sunshine, reaching a high of 55. Saturday will feature sun shining through high clouds with a high of 58. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. For those just joining us, I want to reiterate what we started the show with today. I didn't hear it on the news, our newscast at the top. This statement from Darren Bailey's campaign, just horrible, horrible news. On Wednesday evening, Darren and his wife Cindy received the heartbreaking news no parent ever wants to hear. Their son Zachary, his wife Kelsey, and their two young children, Veda Rose, age 12, and Samuel, age 7, tragically lost their lives in a helicopter accident in Montana. Their other grandson, Finn, age 10, was not on the helicopter and is safe. Darren and Cindy are heartbroken by this unimaginable loss. They are finding comfort in their faith, their family, and the prayers of so many who love and care for them. The Baileys deeply appreciate the kindness and support. So again, our condolences go out to Darren and his family. Send prayers their way. Just a terrible, terrible thing that occurred to their family, and we're, heartbroken for them. Whatever the political disagreements are, even with people on the other side of the political spectrum, much less among conservatives, obviously they pale in comparison to this, to family and life, and this has to be prioritized, of course. So I just want to make sure people are aware of that, and I would encourage people to send their well wishes to the Bailey family as well, if that's something they're interested to do. Okay, moving from that terrible news to a terrible news story that we've covered for some time now, and that was the death of Katie Abraham, young woman from Glenview, and a friend of hers from Deerfield, who, again, were killed in a DUI car crash in Urbana while they were visiting friends at U of I by a person who was not only driving drunk, but who was in this country illegally. By the way, that person tried to flee. He was apprehended in Texas, extradited back to Illinois for prosecution, and the understanding is that this week a plea deal has been reached, and this week that plea deal will be announced. And I think it's a deal that Joe Abraham, Katie's father, is fine with. I think the deal is 30 years. But Katie Abraham's mom, Joe Abraham, the dad, and Katie Abraham's mom, Denise Lawrence, divorced. So if you've seen Joe with his wife, that's his second wife. Just explaining the landscape here, because this is the first time I can recall hearing from Denise Lawrence, who's Katie Abraham's mom. She spoke to ABC7, and she is not happy that Operation Midway Blitz has been launched in Katie's honor.
Who she was. She was compassionate. She was empathetic. She was caring. She was loving beyond belief. It was a drunk driver that killed her. It was bad decision making by a human being that killed her. Whether or not she would believe in this operation is not what we're here to talk about. She's being attached to it, and she doesn't have a voice to say if she wants to or not. He's going through a lot. He's going through a lot of grief, and so am I. I want this to be a personal tragedy. It's not a national tragedy. My personal tragedy is no longer personal.
she's talking, when she said he, she's talking about her ex-husband, Joe, because Joe obviously okayed the Department of Homeland Security to launch this Operation Midway Blitz operation in Katie's honor. Joe Abraham responded saying, DHS launched Operation Midway Blitz in honor of my daughter, Katie, who was killed in Illinois by a criminal, illegal, alien, drunk driver who should have never been in our country. Sanctuary policies helped kill Katie. As compassionate as she was, Katie would not sacrifice other people's lives just for the sake of bringing in illegals. I gave my permission to conduct Operation Midway Blitz in Katie's honor, and I stand by it. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You never want to intercede in terms of how a parent who loses a child is going to grieve. However, just on the merits of these things, you have to connect the dots, or you have to try to, or you have to argue for a connecting of the dots. And, of course, Joe Abraham has connected the dots. This is a person that, yes, it was a drunk driver who made a terrible decision, who should have never been in this country. And you cannot leave that out of the discussion if you want to understand what happened. That's number one. And number two, Katie Abraham's legacy, like the legacy of any victim of a crime, foreign or domestic, is not the prosecution of the perpetrator. It's not a operation or initiative named after them. It can be in some cases, but that's a small part of it. Her legacy is the impact she had on her family and friends, which has been described eloquently by her family and friends since she was killed. That's her legacy. Because this is in the public eye, and because it's controversial, it doesn't. I don't think it becomes. I don't think it takes anything away from a family member or a friend in terms of grieving the loss or coping with the tragedy that is that loss. I don't want to get kind of too personal on this. Just to say, people have to maybe be helped to process these things in the context of the real world. And the other point that Joe Abraham made in his statement in response is there's nothing empathetic or compassionate about suborning lawlessness. If you want people to live in safety, then you have to enforce laws against people who threaten that safety. Is that so hard to understand? You get these sensationalized anecdotes, one-off incidents, often mischaracterized, and the overheated rhetoric of craven politicians, and you get I think a lot of people, particularly the distaff side, get buffaloed into thinking, oh my gosh, I don't want to be on the side of heartlessness and compassion, so I'm going to, lead with my heart on this and disengage my brain. Well, all you can do is encourage people who are otherwise reasonable, particularly those who have suffered a loss, to not disengage your brain. Let's think through this together. How's that sound? You can disagree, you can push back, but how about we think this through together and you come up with a response to the suggestion that I just made, for example. That would be nice. Corey in Woodlawn, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Morning, Dad. I'm kind of sick of seeing this mental illness on display. She can't follow the dots as to what happened to her child and not want that circumstance to play itself out for someone else. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, Corey, I don't know what to tell you. That's why she chose to do the interview with ABC7, so I'm choosing to play that interview. She wanted attention for it, so here's your attention for the contention you're making, and that's going to draw a response, which is fine. I'm not attacking her. I don't want to attack her. It's terrible what happened to her daughter and her family, and I feel awful for her. But we still have to get back to how we all get along in this world and the rules by which we live. So we have to have that discussion too. And I mean, when it comes to compassion and empathy, you really want to play that card after some of the putrid displays of teachers at No Kings rallies over the weekend, for example? How about this guy? Just piling on with respect to radicals in the classroom. He's not in the classroom anymore, but he used to be. Ron Gochez is the head of Union del Barrio in L.A. And very much like what we saw and heard over the weekend, is it empathetic and compassionate to call for violence? Is that what you want?
Don't forget where you're standing. This is South Central Los Angeles. They are not the only ones with guns in this city. They're not the only ones, and don't forget that. And I don't say that because we're calling for violence. I'm saying that because the people have every right to defend themselves against masked, unidentified gunmen with AR-15s and other military rifles. The people have every right to defend themselves.
I'm not calling for violence, but I'm saying when ICE agents arrive, you have the right to shoot, to defend yourself. Are you out of your mind? Yes, he is. This Union del Barrio in Los Angeles is, he's been talking about this since February, about how to interfere with ICE operations, and he refers to California as the ancestral home of Mexicans and so forth. So these are Marxist revolutionaries calling for violence against federal law enforcement officers, and he's not the only one. We played you that guy from over the weekend, supposedly of Wilbur Wright College, who, as far as I know, have yet to be identified. But Gochez, in February of this year,
we are training the members of the coalition to do these patrols. We've been doing the patrols for years in Los Angeles and San Diego, but yesterday we had more than 150 people combing through the streets of Los Angeles looking for any ICE activity. And early in the morning, we found 2 operations, and luckily we were able to defend those 2 communities from those ICE raids.
So tell me a little bit about what is working, because you are patrolling these communities. What's working, what isn't working, and how is the community responding to you patrolling the streets?
What's working are the patrols. We're in every neighborhood of Los Angeles. This morning already, we have come through dozens of communities of Los Angeles looking for ICE activity. We do this at 5:30 in the morning because we know that's when ICE starts their operations. So before they can go and attack our community, we are looking for them, and when we find them, we alert people with megaphones. That works. The megaphones wakes up the people. They let them know what's happening. And they also let ICE know that we're there and we're not going to leave. We're going to defend our community. We have the legal right to do so. Everything we're doing is legal. We don't intend to break any laws. We are there to defend our community, and more people are joining this cause.
You don't intend to break any laws by obstructing a law enforcement operation, which is against the law, by the way. And these people, it's the same thing that you see going on now. He was just ahead of the learning curve back in the winter. People tailing ICE agents. You tail law enforcement officers, you think they're going to pay attention to that? You're spoiling for a confrontation. And the way he talks about it, the ICE is attacking their community, and so they're defending the community. He sounds like he's declared war on ICE. Well, he has. So Union del Barrio has the right to declare war on federal law enforcement? For all those who, civil libertarians and goo-goos on the left who decry vigilante justice. What do you say here? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line. We had the state rep, Hun Win, I think is his name, following ICE agents around. This is celebrate. Oh, he's following ICE agents around. Then they box him in and they say, what are you doing? I'm a state rep. And then they, give him the once over. They walk away and he drives away. That's some big incident. He was initiating the confrontation by tailing ICE. You don't think local police or any other law enforcement agency is going to be concerned, particularly in this environment, if they have some cars following them when we've had ICE vehicles rammed and, essentially cars used as weapons, as lethal force? We had another case in at 26th and Ogden in a little village over the weekend or yesterday, where a car attempted to ram an ICE vehicle and didn't, and then blew through a red light into an intersection. It hit somebody else. Right, because that sort of lawlessness, people get caught in the middle of it. Just like when we talk about gang violence, people caught in the crossfire. People taking the law into their own hands and deciding that they're going to be some sort of strike force against ICE. That's how you want to play it out? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line. Greg Bongino. Greg Bovino, ICE commander on that ramming incident.
I was just out with agents just a couple of minutes ago on the streets of Chicago, and we had a protest there in the Little Village area of Chicago just now, and I watched our agents. They operate with extreme professionalism.
So that was one version of events. Here's Chuy Garcia with the other.
And it has people terrified and fearful, but it also has community leaders resolved once again to demonstrate that we will not be intimidated.
Mm-hmm. And the reports were that you had people in Cicero and in Little Village going around warning people of ICE operations. And so some of those people got picked up in the midst of an ICE operation. And here's the sort of rhetoric you get in response. This is one of these alder humans. It's so hard to keep track of them all. It's part because they all sound the same. Rodriguez is his name, Mike Rodriguez.
They were not taken, they were kidnapped.
Kidnapped. Right. Here we go again. Everybody's kidnapped. Everybody's disappeared. Attacking.
They weren't just arresting the worst of the worst. They were arresting tamaleros. They were arresting food vendors. They were arresting citizens of the United States who never committed any crimes whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Jose in Midway, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan, how are you?
Good.
All over the city. Why are they not going after these Venezuelans that are in these buildings in the Inglewoods, in the west side of Chicago? You got 30 men coming out of one apartment. They're getting checks. They know where they live. What's that all about?
I don't know. I mean, I can't tell you. I'm happy to ask the question. Thanks for the call, Jose. Next time we have an ICE official on, I've been asking questions about them with respect to the timely disclosure of the people that they arrest and process. I mean, you can only do so many things at once. Obviously, there was this big operation at that South Shore apartment complex that became a cause célèbre for the Open Borders crowd. I don't know if that chilled operations like that in other neighborhoods in Chicago. after that became so politicized. I don't know how the list making and the and trying to check off that list, how it necessarily works, who's deployed where, how they move concentrations of agents from one neighborhood or region to the other. I'm not sure. But those are fair questions. Steve Roselle.
Notice when they say they're attacking our community, they're not referring to the United States.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Steve. It's a good point. I mean, there's definitely a separatist tinge to a lot of what you're hearing from these quote unquote community leaders, quote unquote neighborhood leaders. There definitely is a separatist tinge to it. It's a real problem. Well, this is, by the way, how and why Europe is cracking up. You have these no-go zones. Is that what Little Village is going to become? A no-go zone for federal law enforcement? Because they have a, let's just say, I don't even know, but let's just say they have a high concentration of people in this country illegally. Is that off limits for federal law enforcement then? Si se puede and all that. Listen to this confrontation in Wheeling. This guy rolls up on ICE agents who act with absolute restraint. But, I mean, this is what you're being subjected to on a routine basis, whether you're at the facility in Broadview or you're conducting an operation in a Chicago neighborhood or you're at a parking lot in Wheeling.
Because they're brown. You guys are pieces of shit. You guys are pieces of shit.
Get back in your truck.
You. I have rights.
Get back in your truck.
Leave them the alone. Leave them the alone.
We don't take orders from you, man. Back up.
Yeah, you only take notice from a pedophile rapist, you piece of shit.
Relax.
You want your bonus so bad, you broke bitch? You broke bitch? Give me your Venmo, PayPal, you some stupid bitch, you broke. Yeah, this is our community. I went to school in this community. I grew up in this community. I'm not going to let you ICE pigs terrorize us. You. Man, you. Or what? You're going to shoot me? I'll die for this. You pigs, get the out of here. You don't. What the you going to do? This is my village. I went to school here. You pigs. Valen todos. Valen su madre. You fucking pigs. You fucking rats. Get the out of our fucking town. I'll die for this. I'll die for this. Yeah, look at these fucking pigs. Show your face. 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 Of course you won't. You're a fucking rat, bitch.
Real constitutional scholar there. Seems like a balanced individual. Makes a compelling argument, doesn't he? Oh, and by the way, now it's being institutionalized. Robbie Garcia and Karen Bass, Robbie Garcia, congresswoman from California, Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, of course, announced a master ICE oversight initiative yesterday.
I shared this with the mayor. Over the course of the next couple of weeks, the Oversight Committee will be launching on their website a master ICE tracker where we're going to be essentially tracking every single instance that we can verify that the community will be able to send us information on.
Mm-hmm. And at the local level, hey, Triple Threat's back, doing her good deeds in absentia. Now that she's been relieved of her office, she sat down with Fox News Chicago to talk about what she's doing locally. She's doing an ICE tracker here in Chicago.
We're calling it the ICE Accountability Project. And it really has three components to it. One is we want to create a centralized archive of all the purported evidence of criminal actions on the part of ICE and CBP agents across the region. It's out there, but it's in different places, and it makes it difficult to aggregate the information. We want to create a portal where what's happening real time can be centralized and then put out for the public to view. Number two, and importantly, we want to unmask the ICE agents, the CBP agents who are committing crimes in our city. So the normal immigration activity, not that, but we see a homicide, we see attempted homicide, we see excessive force being routinely used.
And I should quote, you're saying homicide now.
Yeah, and she just accused ICE of having committed homicides and attempted homicides. Then she says, well, it's not for me to decide. We're just going to gather and collate the evidence and present it to state and local prosecutors to hopefully pursue. But in fact, despite being officer of the court, she did make that reckless statement where she just said it and then she immediately walked it back in when Paris Schutz stepped in to give her an opportunity to do so. But how she first characterized it is a leading indicator of the actual belief, isn't it? And it's consistent with the rhetoric from Lightfoot and all of the fellow travelers. This is going to a very bad place. And you know, the thing is, ICE knows it. And so I think I hope they're doing as much as they can to de-escalate, as those ICE officers did in the confrontation with that maniac in Wheeling. But it's going to a bad place because the other side is completely unhinged, and the political leadership on that side is squarely in the gray area. We are not going to condone violence, no, but we're certainly not going to condemn it. All right, coming up at 6:36, we're going to talk to a Catholic priest who is very much involved in this matter of migrants and immigration. That's at 6:36. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It is 41 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the AM 560 newsroom. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker says he is against the Chicago mayor's proposal to impose a head tax on employers. Mayor Brandon Johnson's 2026 budget plan includes a monthly tax of $21 per employee on businesses with 100 workers or more. Governor J.B. Pritzker says he's absolutely opposed to the head tax for Chicago.
It penalizes the very thing that we want, which is we want more employment in the city of Chicago.
O'Hare International Airport has recorded the busiest summer in its 70-year history, according to Mayor Brandon Johnson and the Chicago Department of Aviation. The department said more than 24.3 million passengers traveled through O'Hare during the summer months, surpassing the previous record of 24 million that was set in 2019. This news is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Big savings on full mouth dental implants are here at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Medical insurance can make what used to cost a fortune surprisingly affordable. Don't wait. Take the 60-second quiz to see if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Get your tickets for Freedom Summit Chicago 2025, happening on Saturday, November 8th at Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca. This year, featuring Dr. Ben Carson, Scott Jennings, Mike Gallagher, along with Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, John Anthony, and many more. This event will sell out fast, so get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Lutheran Life Communities, Virago, and by Senior Helpers of Naperville.
If you have an IRA or 401k, then this message is definitely one you need to hear. The price of 1 troy ounce of silver has more than doubled in the past 24 months, and silver is poised for huge gains in the near term. That's why when you call Advantage Gold at 800-741-GOLD, you'll be positioned for the next wave of dramatic growth in precious metals. The devaluation of the U.S. dollar and the volatility of the stock market all play a part in why silver continues to be a safe haven location for your assets, and why precious metals continue to dominate in an uncertain financial climate. Learn more when you call 800-741-GOLD. We'll send you a free precious metals guide, plus a copy of former IMF chairman Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. The time is now for you to consider silver to protect your retirement. Call Advantage Gold at 800-741-4653 right now. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-741-GOLD.
Sean Thompson here, and I'm with attorney Bert Hochberg from the law firm of Schiller, Ducanto, and Fleck. We're talking about divorce arbitration. This is not really a new, or is it a new, innovative way to go through divorce?
Arbitration has been around for decades. It's completely legit and available to resolve divorce cases. The litigants and their lawyers sign an arbitration agreement. They identify what the issues are, and we set up dates, and we determine what experts and witnesses there may be. Arbitration is a hearing, a trial that is intended to finish a case efficiently with limited appeal, with a binding decision, and it's confidential, so it has some great characteristics.
I think it's a unique alternative to divorce. For more information, please visit sdflaw.com and type Bert Hochberg into the search box. That's sdflaw.com or call direct 773-255-6150.
As the seasons change, so does the worry. The flu, cold, and COVID season is coming, making a lot of people feel anxious. But what if you don't have to feel that way? My name is Dr. Michael Huber, one of the developers of Virago, the liquid immune enhancement cocktail. Virago was formulated in a liquid to enhance absorption and provide a rapid response. Comprised of 23 natural ingredients chosen for their synergistic properties, it gives your immune system the boost it needs to fight whatever virus is out there. So with the Virago Boost, you can face the coming flu season feeling confident that you are protected. With Virago, you're not fighting the seasons, you're ready for them. Virago, power to defend. Maha starts with Virago.
Order your bottle of Virago online today. Visit myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. That's myvirago.com. Coupon code IMMUNE. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. Still working on a collision on the outbound Stevenson at First Avenue. Everything has been moved to the shoulder, but it is slow from Harlem Avenue. So from Lake Shore to the Tri-State will be 16 minutes. Inbound is 24. The Dan Ryan from 95th Street to the Burn Interchange is 17 minutes. Outbound looks good at 10 minutes. No delays both ways on the Eden from Lake Cook to Montrose. The Kennedy inbound from O'Hare to the Burn Interchange is 20 minutes. Outbound is 32. The Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Oak Post Office is 17 minutes. Outbound is 14. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Looking for affordable blinds, shades, or shutters for your home? Don't hire an expensive pro. Check out Blindsters.com, where they offer custom-made window coverings at guaranteed low prices with a team of pros ready to help you every step of the way. Blindster.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be mostly sunny and breezy with a high of 53. Tonight, expect clear skies and chilly temperatures, possibly leading to frost in colder areas with a low of 35. Tomorrow will bring plenty of sunshine and a high of 55. Looking ahead to Saturday, anticipate sun peeking through high clouds with a high of 58. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, get your tickets for Freedom Summit Chicago 2025, featuring Dr. Ben Carson, Scott Jennings, Mike Gallagher, and many more. Get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. As we discussed at some length yesterday, Colonel Blaise Cupich issued a video statement on the matter of Operation Midway Blitz, effectively ICE enforcement of federal immigration law in Chicago. The pertinent part, the cri de coeur, was this.
Most of you have been here for years. You have worked hard. You have raised families. You have contributed to this nation. You have earned our respect.
Father Gary Graff, I believe, agrees with that sentiment. He is doing a walk. Step Up, Speak Out, the Footprint Project. He is walking from Dalton, Illinois, the boyhood home of Pope Leo, of course, to the Statue of Liberty in New York, a pilgrimage of prayer and action to bring to light the truth of what is happening to immigrant families in America. And Father Gary Graff joins us now. Father Graff, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Certainly, Dan. Thank you.
By the way, I should mention you're the pastor of Our Lady of the Heights in Chicago Heights, a community with which I am very familiar. So what was your reaction to Cardinal Cupich's statement yesterday?
Well, I very much agree. And he's looking at the larger context of this new generation of immigrants, a large portion of the Archdiocese of Chicago that we as priests are called to serve, and certainly those that I've been serving the last 41 years of my life.
You said in a piece at Chicago Catholic that talking about the enforcement of immigration law and families being torn apart, quote, "We must denounce these actions for what they are, immoral and un-American." Going on to say that your pilgrimage is intended to mobilize Americans from every state to demand that compassion, humanity, and helping hands be restored to the immigration process. Is enforcement of immigration law inherently immoral?
No, but the way it's being enforced, I believe, I see my role from ordination as a mediator. Certainly in my relationship with God's people, in relationships with couples and families, and in this particular instance, as mediator, in the sense of moral theology teaches us that how do we apply the divine law and human law. Conflict resolution, we teach our children all the time in school. Be hard on the issue, but soft on the person. Jesus loves the sinner, but hates the sin. And I think right now, just in turmoil, myself personally, and as a priest, seeing how people are being treated is something I think. Yes, I truly believe it's not the America that I grew up in. I don't think it's the American way, the way we are attempting to perhaps apply the laws. I'm not. Obviously, everyone has their job, and I feel my job is to step into the middle. I remember years ago someone wrote to me and said, with the issue of immigration, everyone is looking for a solution that no one is going to like, but that the majority will accept, because we are a nation of immigrants, and it's the story that keeps repeating itself. It's a different story now, but there's so many similarities between, what is the Mexican border now and Ellis Island, when my great-grandparents entered in from County Mayo, County Cork, Ireland, in Germany. I've kind of lived that story with people for many, many years, and I think the whole truth needs to be told. I think Cardinal Cupich mentioned that in his comment as part of the truth, I think, that as Catholic and leaders of faith, I think all leaders of faith, what we have in common is, humanity and compassion, love of neighbor, responding to the most vulnerable among us. And so how it's being applied, I think, is what's painful.
Well, if enforcing immigration law is not inherently immoral, but some of what is being done, in your view, is, then where do you draw the line? What is more? What part of it, the enforcement, is moral, and what part is not?
Well, I think going back to moral theology, I was told, when we look at a couple options in life, and neither are really what God wants, we look for a third alternative. We look for a compassionate response. I think that those who are in our midst now, what do we do? This has been a hot potato being passed from administration to administration, and what's the response? I think step back. The whole image here is step up and speak out, but instead of talking at one another, let's listen to one another and listen to each other's story. Not so much how people came in through the window, not through the door. It wasn't appropriate. It's illegal. I made that statement a number of years ago, as a matter of fact. But why are people coming in the way they're coming in? And this clarion call for people to come across the border. And then once they were here, and seasonally, and then going back to the families and being told, no, don't go back. We need you to do the work that needs to be done. And then bringing families back across the border, and not in the right way. And yet, because it's been over 40 years of reforming, how we're going to deal with the issue of immigration that are real live people, and now we're separating families again. It just seems there's a better way to do this.
Well, I mean, I could agree with you that the way we do immigration in this country, legal immigration, there are many improvements to be made, including the time it takes to legally immigrate to this country. I've always said that. But where I guess we part company is this idea that because the law is imperfect at present, some people are allowed to just ignore it. And then we're going to endorse their ignoring of it because there are unfortunate consequences for the actions they chose to take. I mean, that just doesn't work with respect to any other aspect of the law, but somehow we're supposed to make an exception when it comes to the enforcement of immigration law. And I don't understand why that exception is demanded.
And I agree with you. And I think the great fear is, if we just bypass the law once again, we look for amnesty, which we've allowed to happen in the past. The January 6th rioters, and certainly even after the Confederate States were welcomed back. I think is amnesty such a bad word? But how do we use it in context of what's going on right now?
January 6th. I mean, January 6th it was American citizens. I mean, they weren't grabbing amnesty. I mean, they were pardoned by President Trump, just like a bunch of drug dealers were pardoned by Joe Biden. But that's all within the power of the executive, and that's all constitutional. What we're talking about here is something completely different.
Yes, and yet I think the only prerequisite, it seems to me, back when my great-grandparents came into this country, was a desire to work hard and to work hard to make this nation great. And the people that I have ministered to throughout my life as a priest fall into that category. And yes, the way they come in has to change. I think that all of us, though, have skin in the game in a sense to fix this. And how can we enter into a dialogue, listen to each other's story, and figure out a better way to allow people who really want to work hard and do the jobs that need to be done in such a way that we allow that entry to be done legally.
I'm going to go into your field of play here, theology, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I did read Summa Theologica, and I did go to Catholic school for a dozen or so years. So I'm familiar with some of the important thinkers in our faith's tradition, like Aquinas. And I understand from Aquinas that, while nations have a duty of charity toward the foreigner, the charity has to be governed by reason. You can welcome the stranger in stages so that the common good and moral order are preserved. But when hospitality abandons prudence, mercy becomes disorder, and a nation risks losing the very harmony that once made charity possible. So do you think right now what we're seeing, like with for example, with sanctuary state and city status in Illinois and Chicago, do you think that's consistent with what Aquinas observed?
No, I think what's happening is many people, certainly in states and in cities, we're struggling to come up with an answer that I think needs to come, yes, from on high in terms of the nation of laws, federal definition of how we're going to solve the situation that we all find ourselves in. I think that, the church's role as mediator is to, in a sense, through prayer and through peaceful dialogue, look for ways to make sure that the laws are protected and preserved. But we are, as a nation of laws, they're constantly being purified and reformed also. And they haven't with regard to the immigrant for over 40 years.
Well, I know, but, here's the thing about that. I mean, if charity has to be governed by reason, as Aquinas observed, then wouldn't it be a nice first step for Cardinal Cupich, other Catholic leaders, to say, you know what, to get back to a better place where we can have a conversation about people who are here illegally, but that's their only crime. We think we should do away with sanctuary state status here. Sanctuary state thing is unhelpful. It is unreasonable, and as Chesterton observed, unreason breeds unkindness. So it is both unreasonable and unkind. This is my characterization. And so we should do away with that. And that gets us to a place where we can have more constructive conversations in the political realm, perhaps to construct a better way to do immigration in this country.
I agree.
Oh, good. Well, so you're going to call on Cupich to call for an end to sanctuary state?
Well, I don't think that's his role. I think that.
Well, he stepped in. He's got all kinds of other policy views on this. Why not that?
I think that's a response of a state, of a city, in the midst of all this chaos. I think his role and mine as church leaders is to state the truth as faith leaders, and to yes, we're not politicians, obviously, but to influence policy in some of the comments that he has made, to be compassionate in our response to those who are the neighbor and the stranger in our midst right now.
Okay, before we let you go, tell us more about this journey you're on from, or will be, from Dalton to the Statue of Liberty, this footprint project. Tell us about that.
And I think, Dan, the main thing is, to listen to one another. And so the whole purpose of the walk is to talk along the way. I've had a number of conversations, and this is a wonderful conversation with yourself. And along the way, the idea is Ellis Island was where certainly so many of our grandparents and great-grandparents came into this country, and to tell the story presently that's not being told, that I know very well from the people of God that I have the privilege of serving and being served by, certainly the children tell the story of their own parents, not so much how they came into the country, but why they left their nation of origin and what they've done since they've gotten here, and the success of their children and grandchildren that we're so proud of as an immigrant nation. And this present generation of immigrants, for many different reasons, are not able to tell that story. And so this is a way to get that story out.
He is Father Gary Graff. He's a pastor of Our Lady of the Heights in Chicago Heights. You can follow the walk he was describing at stepupspeakout.org, stepupspeakout.org. Father Graff, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Dan.
And Father Graff joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication on your accounts, report phishing, and update your software on all your devices. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. So stay smart, stay safe, and stay protected with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use the promo code BECK. Terms do apply.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
You know, nothing beats the comfort of a perfectly heated home.
And when it comes to heating your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is fast. When your furnace breaks down, they'll fix it right away.
Just like that. Big time results. No waiting around. You get the job done right. And let's face it, who doesn't love being warm, right? It's beautiful. When it's freezing, I crank up that amazing furnace. Burn, baby, burn. Trust me, you'll say, wow, I've never felt this warm in my life.
If you like keeping your hard-earned money, then contact Air Right Heating and Cooling. Tell them AM 560 sent you, and right now you'll receive $56 off any service.
Unbelievable.
Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
These days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine. Dan Proft here from my friends at QC Kinetics. People just like you are finding lasting relief without steroids, medications, or surgery here in Chicagoland at QC Kinetics. Here's how it works. Your blood contains tiny but mighty healing tools. At QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli and her team get to the root of where your pain stems and concentrates these natural healing tools in the exact location. By putting these natural elements to work, your body can revitalize joints, literally using your own power to heal. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast, all natural, and there's no downtime. So, if your back, knees, or shoulders are keeping you from enjoying life, call my proud sponsor, QC Kinetics, today and schedule a free consultation with Dr. Caravelli and her team. Call QC Kinetics now, 312-827-6261. Again, that phone number, 312-827-6261, 312-827-6261, and tell them I sent you when you do.
Sign up to become an AM 560 Advantage member at 560theanswer.com.
Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories Incorporated, SEL, has openings for its process engineer position. The process engineer will focus on development, deployment, expansion, and sustainment of SEL's manufacturing processes. He or she will also develop, implement, and improve SEL's assembly process equipment and materials to improve quality, yield, efficiency, and capacity. Positions are based at SEL's Lake Zurich field office. To apply, please email your resume to careers@selinc.com. That's careers@selinc.com. Discover the opportunities available at this world-class manufacturing company. Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories. It's not just a job, it's a future.
Opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
Another boat blown out of the water. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
Every one of those boats that gets knocked out is saving 25,000 American lives.
President Trump said that after the eighth one was destroyed off the South American coast, purported to be trafficking illegal drugs. Then hours later, War Secretary Pete Hegseth announced a ninth one taken out, killing 3 more people he called narco-terrorists, up to 37 deaths in all.
We're allowed to do it. It's in international waters.
The Trump administration's provided few details about the series of strikes, such as how much alleged drugs the targeted vessels were carrying, or what specific evidence there is to suggest they were carrying drugs in the first place.
That's Fox's Jill Nato. The European Union's joining the U.S., inflicting new economic punishment on Russia for continuing to wage war in Ukraine. President Trump imposed sanctions after canceling a second summit with Russia's leader.
If the Russians are not ready to have a serious summit with President Trump and President Putin about ending the war in Ukraine, then it is time for some new economic punishment. Now, more than half of Russian oil exports have been slapped with new sanctions.
That's Fox's Peter Doocy at the White House. Secretary of State Marco Rubio will spend the next 2 days in Israel. As he arrives, Vice President Vance leaves after his own 2-day visit, focused on keeping the Gaza ceasefire in place. Before departing, Vance also said,
The West Bank is not going to be annexed by Israel.
Calling the vote yesterday by Israel's parliament to greenlight taking more land in the West Bank, where many Palestinians live, a very stupid political stunt. In New York City, the final debate in the race for mayor getting national attention.
You don't know how to run a government. You don't know how to handle an emergency.
Andrew Cuomo sparring again with the frontrunner, Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani on Spectrum News, New York 1.
We just had a former governor say in his own words that the city has been getting screwed by the state. Who was leading the state? It was you.
Republican Curtis Sliwa also debated. He's far back in the polls, rejecting calls to drop out. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It is 41 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the AM 560 newsroom. The government shutdown is entering into its 4th week with no end in sight. Since the shutdown began, only 6 federal programs have missed out on federal grant payments that they'd been expecting, but dozens more, including Head Start, are due disbursements on November 1st. That money will not arrive unless the government reopens between now and then. Now, many Head Start operators have begun counting the number of days that they're going to be able to stay open without that federal money. The The Early Education Initiative is funded almost entirely by the federal government, making it particularly vulnerable to funding disruptions. The programs, which are run by schools, local governments, and nonprofits, receive new grants annually, and they're not allowed to carry over any unspent money. The preschools also provide 2 meals a day to students, along with medical screenings and dental care, and many of the children who attend Head Start have parents who are working in hourly jobs who risk losing their job if they don't have childcare. Right now, there are over 28,000 children in Head Start here in the state of Illinois. Chicago police are looking for the person responsible for a hit-and-run accident that happened earlier this week. Police say a pedestrian was struck by a silver Honda Odyssey 4-door minivan. That accident occurred on the 3000 block of East 100th Street in the South Deering neighborhood. Anyone with information is asked to contact 911. And O'Hare International Airport has recorded the busiest summer in its 70-year history, according to Mayor Brandon Johnson and the Chicago Department of Aviation. The department said more than 24.3 million passengers traveled through O'Hare during the summer months. That surpasses the previous record of 24 million that was set in 2019. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Big savings on full mouth dental implants are here at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Medical insurance can make what used to cost a fortune surprisingly affordable. Don't wait. Take the 60-second quiz to see if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Catch more money with leading economist Steve Moore.
I'm excited about America. I think things are going really well. I think we've turned a corner here. I think Biden economics is well behind us now. This is a miracle what's going on here. If anything, it's better than I thought it would be. So many good things happening in the economy. Low inflation, low unemployment rate, consumer confidence up, business confidence up. All of the indicators are pointing north right now.
It's More Money, Saturday at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Robert Anderson, president of McLaughlin Body Company in the Quad Cities, and a customer of Signature Bank. When our 100-year-old family-owned manufacturing company was looking for a new bank, we found an excellent partner with Signature Bank. Signature Bank understands the challenges with manufacturing in today's highly competitive environment. We recently participated in a new markets tax credit program, and we're fortunate to have the experts at Signature Bank help us navigate the complexities of this program. With Signature Bank's support, we were able to expand not only our facility, but ultimately our business. If you're looking for a trusted banking partner for your business, look to Chicago's own Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
This month, Pure Talk is supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat vets struggling with PTSD. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. Sure, I like the unlimited talk text and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and you will too. But you will love being in business with a company that shares your values. Dial pound 250, say Micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication on your accounts, report phishing, and update your software on all your devices. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. So stay smart, stay safe, and stay protected with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use the promo code BECK. Terms do apply.
When the power goes out, life stops. Heat, AC, fridge, phones, all gone. But with a Generac home standby generator from True Power Generator Service, your home powers back on automatically, so you're never left in the dark. Book your consultation today at TruePowerGenerator.com. That's TruePowerGenerator.com. Plus, 560 listeners get a free 10-year extended warranty. Terms and conditions apply. Call for details. True Power Generator Service and Generac. It's not just a generator, it's a power move.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. Got a serious accident in Summit on First Avenue at the Stevenson. The crash happened in the construction zone. Lots of police activity. Now, on the inbound side of the Stevenson, from the Tri-State to Lakeshore is 38 minutes. Outbound is 21 minutes. The Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burton Interchange, inbound is 22 minutes. Outbound looks good at 10. Now, if you're traveling on the outbound Eisenhower, there is a crash taking out the left lane at Austin Boulevard. So on the outbound side from the old post office to Wolf, that is 22 minutes. Inbound is 28 minutes. You have a nice ride both ways on the Eden from Lake Cook to Montrose, just 15 minutes. The Kennedy inbound from O'Hare to the Burn Interchange is 27 minutes. Outbound is 31. On the southwest side in Garfield Ridge, there is a crash on Cicero Avenue at Archer Avenue. Traffic is a service of Woodland Windows. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be mostly sunny and breezy with a high of 53. Tonight, expect clear skies and chilly temperatures, possibly leading to frost in colder areas with a low of 35. Tomorrow will bring plenty of sunshine and a high of 55. Looking ahead to Saturday, anticipate sun peeking through high clouds with a high of 58. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Forever Remodeling. Stress-free and high-quality remodeling. View their stunning transformations online at the number 4everremodeling.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. We were talking a bit earlier last hour when we were talking about the latest controversies surrounding ICE's enforcement of immigration law in Chicago, but not limited to Chicago. 100 ICE agents have been sent to San Francisco to ramp up immigration law enforcement there. It's not just Chicago, of course. Big cities. Not limited, but big cities and metropolitan regions, of course, where there's concentrations. It just makes sense. But anyway, the controversies, part of it is when we talk about these, are these neighborhoods or are they enclaves? Are they neighborhoods or are they enclaves that are on their way to becoming no-go zones? The way that you hear community activists, in scare quotes, and politicians talk about them. And that ICE has no place enforcing federal laws in neighborhoods that they deem they have no place. I mean, I know the state of Illinois generally, but particularly where there are concentrations of first and second generation immigrants, or concentrations of people that are here illegally, and you overlay that with the race hustling of politicians saying ICE is just targeting black and brown people, and they're just targeting because they're black and brown. Right. But the point here is this separatist element to this, and how destructive of the social fabric that is. I think that's one of the things that's been under-discussed as you watch this play out in particular segments of metropolitan areas. And then, it's moths to a flame. Then all the professional agitators and SJWs, Raffles, congregate there to make the case for those neighborhoods to be, or communities, enclaves, to be off limits with respect to the enforcement of certain laws. That's what we've been seeing happen in Western Europe for the better part of 2 decades. And it has France, according to one counterterrorism expert, on the brink of actual civil war before this decade is out. Really good piece by Rod Dreher on it. Maybe we'll get to it because they're sort of these component parts of what brings about actual conflict. Not cold civil war. We are divided ideologically, politically, and so we separate ourselves from people who don't agree with us. I'm talking about actual conflict. and what counterterrorism experts have to say in terms of the ingredients that lead to something like that, which, of course, is not a happy occurrence. That's not anything that anybody should be spoiling for. Dearborn, Michigan. I mean, we could talk about Mogadishu, Minnesota, too, which is what it's become. But let's focus on Dearborn, Michigan, because there's actual conflict going on there. I haven't seen much pushback to Ilhan Omar and Omar Fatah in the Mogadishu region of Minneapolis. But we have, with respect to the Islamic call for prayer in Dearborn, Michigan. It started to pick up in attention when residents of Dearborn came to city council meetings to complain to Dearborn Mayor Abdullah Hamoud and others.
But the mosques in East Dearborn are now at times waking us up at 5:30 in the morning with the call to prayer.
This is Dearborn resident Andrea Unger at last night's city council meeting stating that mosques using outdoor loudspeakers for their call to prayer should not be allowed, and says she believes it's not supposed to be allowed per city ordinance.
The noise complaints have been made out and the police have made numerous visits. What is the next step?
There was some question whether or not any outdoor loudspeakers are allowed, something that was not clarified, only that more evidence is being gathered. But CBS Detroit did examine Dearborn's noise ordinance and found that loudspeakers between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. are in violation of the ordinance.
Well, who's going to make them? Who's going to make the city council enforce their ordinance? And it's become now this has become a cause celeb for, media whores like Mehdi Hassan, formerly of MSNBC, to show up and fight for the call to prayer to persist.
I think that if you can play church bells, you can pray the call to prayer. We are as American as anyone else, and don't take any BS from anyone.
Mm-hmm. Play church bells. They're just like church bells, and this has become a familiar refrain. The police chief in Dearborn, Michigan, not testifying, but speaking at a city council meeting.
The thing I'll add, oftentimes when we take readings, Council President, it's the ambient noise that's even louder than the call to prayer, to be honest with you. The truck will go by, hit a pothole, and it's much louder than the call to prayer. The 2 or 3 violations that we have had in the last couple of years have been met with compliance as soon as we've talked to the religious institutions. It's no different than church bells that you might hear on Sunday.
Shame. Yeah. Please, okay.
The ordinance.
No outbursts from the crowd, please, okay?
Yeah, no outbursts from the crowd. Mm-hmm. It's just like church bells. It's no different than a truck hitting a pothole. Really? Well, here's what it sounds like at 5 in the morning in Dearborn, Michigan. Chief, that'd have to be some pothole that truck hit to sound like that for 70 seconds, don't you think? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line. Mike in Melrose Park, here in Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, Dan. You know what? To your
enclave list, you might want to add Bridgeview, Illinois, because that has turned into the Gaza Strip. It's just all Palestinians. It's just every business now has the funny writing.
The funny writing. All right. Thanks for the call, Mike. Orland Park. It decided the mayoral election this spring. And Jim Dodge, another one of these phony Republicans, until it's time to change your colors, these chameleons. He ran a campaign on passing a Gaza ceasefire ordinance at the village level in Orland Park. And there was hysterics, you remember, over Keith Pekow saying, this is outside our purview. We're not moving a resolution with respect to, the Middle East peace process or a ceasefire in Gaza and so forth. This is, several months ago, again, as I said, in advance of the spring election. But just, kowtowing to the most vocal and intolerant element of that community. I'm not saying that all Muslims are that way, not at all. Thankfully, in America, most of the Muslims here are peaceful pluralists. And I would say probably the world over. We've talked about this, in the after 9/11 and during, that whole post 9/11 period, which was, the better part of 15 years, frankly, that, as I always say, a small percentage of big numbers is a big problem. There are 1.5 billion Muslims in the world. What's the radicalized Islamist, Islamofascist element of it? Is it 10% of 1.5 billion? Is it 1% of 1.5 billion? You're still talking about, if it's 1%, you're still talking about a number of people that 15 times the size of the U.S. military enlisted in terms of headcount. So it can be a big problem, particularly when it's concentrated. There's a massacre of Christians going on right now in Nigeria that not too many people are talking about. And Nigerian Christians, these are black people, black Christians. Where all are my identitarian friends when it comes to a massacre of black Christians in Nigeria? That at the hands of Islamofascists who, reportedly are in liege with or in some measure sanctioned by the Nigerian government. They're calling for Trump to intercede. I'll get to that in a second. But here's where it goes when you have essentially a takeover of a town that wants, seems to me, they are pretty close, if not outright stating that they're going to live by their own laws. And so some noise ordinance on the book, you think that's going to inhibit them? I don't think so. Here's Mayor Abdullah Hamoud of Dearborn, Michigan, interacting with a resident who disagreed with his honoring of, with a street named after him, of someone that has disturbing associations with some of those radical Islamists that I mentioned.
Hezbollah, bombed the embassy in Beirut, and including many Americans. So I just feel it's quite inappropriate.
You are an Islamophobe, and although you live here, I want you to know, as mayor, you are not welcome here. And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city, because you are not somebody who believes in coexistence.
I don't want you to name a city street after a guy with some disturbing connection to Hezbollah, and now you want to exile me from the city of Dearborn. That's the mayor's approach. Gosh, I wonder where that's going. Sheila in Arlington Heights.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to comment on the priest or the man of cloth from Our Lady of the Heights. Yeah. And what he didn't say and was saying indirectly is that we're upset about illegal immigration. As he mentioned, people came through Ellis Island back in the day. That was legal immigration, like our court at the borders. And then when he said, and we're speaking up for people that, can't speak up for their parents. Well, you know what? The reason why is because they're not assimilating. Some have no intention of becoming true American citizens. They have nefarious intentions, and that's what really makes us upset, is we don't know who was let in and what their intentions are. And when we see cities being overtaken and laws being, swept aside just to appease a group of people, that is what makes us upset. And he needs to say what he's trying to say indirectly, is that immigration's good as long as it's legal.
Thanks for the call, Sheila. Text from the Amish texter on the topic, all the stories of the people here illegally. You know whose story I'm interested in? Katie Abrahams and Chloe Polson's story. Yeah, the two young women that were killed in that DUI crash in Urbana that we were talking about earlier. Right. Those stories, the stories of the victims, not much less interesting to the open borders crowd, to the politicians preening before the cameras right now, demagoguing ICE agents. And so, as we often have to say in Chicago and Illinois, and who is it that's speaking up for the victims of violence, domestic or foreign? Beverly in the West Loop. Beverly? We lost Beverly? No? Okay. Jim in LaGrange.
Hey, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're just a step behind Europe again, because in England, France, Germany, these no-go zones have essentially become independent countries within those countries, where they have Sharia law, and they have their own administrative rules, their own police departments and enforcement and things like that. I mean, that's logically the next step with what you're talking about with what's happening here.
Thanks for the call, Jim. Just on the matter of this comparison to church bells, I'm not sure where church bells are ringing at 5 in the morning, so there are time, place, manner restrictions on First Amendment rights. That's number one. Mehdi Hassan, who you heard from there, drew a response from Matt Walsh, the What is a Woman documentarian and podcaster and so forth. His response was this, to Mehdi Hassan, saying, if you can have your church bell, we can have our Islamic prayer call. Matt Walsh's response was, Christianity built this country. Islam did not at all, even in the slightest way. That's why we can have our church bells, you ungrateful little bitch. That may be a little bit unnecessarily pointed, but the underlying point is certainly part of the discussion. Yeah. John in Joliet.
Good morning, Dan. I just wanted to comment real quickly. When it comes to church bells, the historical significance was that they gave the time of day, even during the night. But in regards to the whole Muslim call to prayer, it really boils down to the voters in Dearborn, Michigan, because they voted in that mayor and city council. And if they won't enforce the ordinances already in place, the Declaration states it's the right of the people to alter or abolish it in that order. Meaning, rally the people, vote them out, and replace them with people who will abide by the city ordinances.
Yeah, but thanks for the call, John, but there's a predicate to that can't be glossed over. How did Dearborn, Michigan become a Muslim-dominated community? How'd that happen? I'm not necessarily saying it's good or bad, but how does, it's certainly bad if it becomes separatist in nature, which is sort of the vibe I'm getting. And the left very much promotes separatism because they're revolutionaries and it disintegrates the social fabric. Right? The genius of America and the founders was this so-called melting pot idea. And this is why previous generations of immigrants, speaking of Ellis Island going back, that you wanted to learn English, you wanted to assimilate because that was the path towards being successful and independent here. And now the opposite is being platformed in some circles and generally by the left. But what is identitarianism? It's separatist in philosophy. And then it's stitching it together, the solidarity and marginality. But if you want to have a majority Somali/Somali American Minneapolis that operates by a different set of rules, or a Dearborn, Michigan that operates by a different set of rules, you think the left is going to kick up any dust over that? You think Rashida Tlaib is going to come in and say, hey, what are we doing? I mean, the mayor wants to exile a resident who disagrees with naming a street, as I just mentioned, after somebody with loose affiliations to Hezbollah. Get out of here. You don't belong here. I'm going to throw a parade when you move out. Gosh, I wonder how he's enjoying his local government. No. As I said, I strongly encourage people to read the Rod Dreher piece and his conversation with a counterterrorism expert in France. The framework is this, that in order for a tipping point to occur where you really do experience a civil war like, I don't know, the one that started in France in 1871, he says it was a situation mixing political chaos with social revolt. The factors that lead to a civil war are multiple, but what they all have in common is violence and a feeling of rejection on the part of the population of the laws of the republic. And he sort of breaks it down, the shift towards civil war. There's an ethnic component, there's a religious component, there's a community component, there's a political component, there's a social component, there's a territorial component. The ethnic factor, clashes can begin over simple claims for a country, a sense of belonging to another people. Somebody made the point before. They talk about their neighborhoods, some of these individuals on the left that don't believe that federal law should be enforced. They talk about their neighborhoods as if they're not part of America. I mean, listen to what they actually say. I mean, it's indicative of a certain mindset. And a disturbing one, frankly. Jerry in Milwaukee.
Yeah, good morning, Dan. First of all, I'd like to make a brief comment about the priest you had on. And I just wish so-called reporters could take a lesson from you on how to ask questions, follow-up questions to your, to people like that. But my other point is, all of a sudden, about these mosques making these announcements, all of a sudden, the inconsiderate dog owners in my neighborhood who allow their dogs to bark day and night seems inconsequential after hearing that recording of what goes on in Dearborn.
Thanks for the call, Jerry. Let's get one more in here. Lee in Hammond.
Hey, I think you're picking the wrong fight here. What is wrong with them doing call to prayer when you got church bells ringing? It's a violation of the First Amendment. This is the way they call their people to the mosque. There's nothing wrong with that, just like a church bell. Well, as far as church bells, it's a medieval form of communication in this day and age when you've got electronic communication. I say let's do a solemn-esque type of answer to this thing, ban both of them, because the Christian church has pretty much rendered itself impotent to take care of their flocks in this day and age. So I say ban them both. You do have a point with what's going on with Sharia law and that kind of thing, but call to prayer is not one of them.
Yeah, it is actually one of them. Thanks for the call, Lee. But it is, and I already explained it. There are time, place, manner restrictions to speech, and that also includes expressions of religious conscience. And as you heard, there's an ordinance already on the books in Dearborn, Michigan, as to why the call to prayer at 5 in the morning is runs afoul of local ordinance. So no, it actually is an issue. But they're privileging themselves because it's a majority Muslim community. So we don't have to follow an ordinance that's on the books. So that's an issue. It's a small one that's indicative of big ones. Pay attention to the small ones, too. Coming up at 7:37, we'll talk to Michael Baharine, chief political analyst at the Liberal Patriot, about the diminishing marginal returns of the left's anti-Trump strategy. That's 7:37. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It is 41 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keenan in the AM 560 newsroom. A federal judge has ordered Border Patrol and immigration officials to sit down for a deposition to discuss how federal officers are enforcing the law. Fox's Garrett Tenney is in Chicago with more.
The administration argues those troops are needed here in Chicago and across the country to protect those federal agents from the growing number of protests that we're seeing, including the increasing number of cases of activists targeting agents doing their job.
The deployment of National Guard troops here in Chicago has already been blocked for 2 weeks, but that order may be extended now for another 30 days. Chicago police say they're looking for the person responsible for a hit-and-run accident earlier this week. Police say a pedestrian was struck by a silver Honda Odyssey four-door minivan. That accident occurred on the 3000 block of East 100th Street in the South Deering neighborhood. Anyone with information is asked to contact 911. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Big savings on full-mouth dental implants are here at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Medical insurance can make what used to cost a fortune surprisingly affordable. Don't wait. Take the 60-second quiz to see if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560. The Answer.
Get your tickets for Freedom Summit Chicago 2025, happening on Saturday, November 8th at Westin Chicago Northwest and Itasca. This year, featuring Dr. Ben Carson, Scott Jennings, Mike Gallagher, along with Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, John Anthony, and many more. This event will sell out fast, so get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Nauman and Associates, Scott Tucker Solutions Incorporated, and by Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago.
Hello? Sir, this is Officer Peterson. There's been a string of break-ins in the area, and your office, it was hit.
Hit? What do you mean? We were robbed?
Looks like the back door lock was easily pried open, and they moved through the building like they knew exactly what to take. We see wires everywhere. No computers.
What? No computers? I just upgraded everything.
Looks like they moved fast. We only found out because a neighboring business had their alarm go off. Do you have any security cameras?
No. Nothing.
Don't wait until it's too late. Goldilocks protects Chicagoland businesses with custom security solutions. From reinforced commercial doors with keyless entry to cameras and 24/7 monitoring that alerts authorities immediately. Schedule a free on-site assessment at GoldilocksInc.com. Again, that's GoldilocksInc.com. Plus, AM 560 listeners get their first 3 months of monitoring free with a new install. Call 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Goldilocks, Chicago's premier locksmith, doors and security systems company since 1981.
MyPillow is excited to announce they're having their biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. My Slippers, only $39.98. Any color, any style. Regular $149.98. Now, only $39.98. That's a $110 savings. Once they're gone for good. My Towels are finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first and only time, get their limited edition premium My Pillows made with Giza cotton and a designer gusset. Queens $17.98, Kings only $19.98. Also, for a limited time, when your order is over $100, you'll receive free shipping plus $100 in free digital gifts. So go to mypillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, he wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or at newnordicusa.com.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. Troubles on the Stevenson on the outbound side. The left lane is blocked at First Avenue with an accident in the construction zone. Lots of police activity. So on the outbound side from Lakeshore to Tri-State is 21 minutes, 44 on the inbound side. The Kennedy inbound from O'Hare to the Burn Interchange is 35 minutes. Outbound is 38 with a collision on the right shoulder at River Road. The Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 36 minutes. Outbound is 22. There's also a stall blocking the left lane at Laramie Avenue. This report is sponsored by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business, and right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends November 1st, plus save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be mostly sunny and breezy with a high of 53. Tonight, expect clear skies and chilly conditions with a low of 35. Some frost may form in colder areas. Tomorrow will bring plenty of sunshine, reaching a high of 55. Saturday will feature sun shining through high clouds with a high of 58. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Just thinking about these races that are on the ballot next month. Key races, New York City. Of course, the mayor's race there we talked about last night's debate, which was actually pretty entertaining. And I got to say, even though Mamdani is a Marxist ideologue, he's a much better debater than Andrew Cuomo. And that's one of the reasons he's languishing. Plus, he doesn't really have any record except his wild-eyed ideas and a pretty modest record as a state delegate or a city delegate. And Cuomo's record is disastrous, as both Sliwa and Mamdani exploited. But then you also have key gubernatorial races, Virginia and New Jersey. And guess who weighed in the New Jersey race? It's good to hear from Frazier.
Hi, Kelsey Grammer here. I grew up in New Jersey. I love this state. When I was a boy, folks would stand up for what's right and not wait for someone else to fix our problems. This last decade or so, it seems we've lost our way. Taxes keep climbing, crime's on the rise, Trenton's filled with politicians talking big and doing nothing. It's time. It's time to lower taxes and let families breathe again. It's time to protect our girls and preserve fairness in women's sports. It's time to make New Jersey safe again and stop overdevelopment that's crowding every corner of our suburban communities. It's time to get energy rates under control. Families shouldn't have to choose between heating their homes and feeding themselves. Finally, it's time to restore integrity, accountability, and pride in Trenton. Time to believe again in honest leadership and restore the promise of this state. Jack Chittarelli will lead with strength, decency, and respect for all who love New Jersey and call it home. We've waited long enough. It's time.
All right. I don't know if Niles will agree, but at least you got Frazier. I mean, of course, Kelsey Grammer's a Republican, so that's not surprising. But, you know, the meat and potatoes issues, even in a blue state like New Jersey. It's interesting to pick up on what they're focusing on in the closing days, isn't it? Sort of had the same thing now just down the road from Jersey. John Fetterman was on Hannity. And, of course, Fetterman continues to ostracize himself from the base of his party, maybe the only member of Congress that's willing to do that. But he's not interested in calling people he grew up with fascists, because he knows they're not, just because they voted for Trump. And he can't understand why so many in his party don't seem at all interested in removing people from this country who have committed violent crimes.
There's a report about your voting record. It's called GovTrack. You're the 17th most liberal member of the Senate in terms of the legislation that you sponsored. And I know you've answered the question about being a Republican many times, so I won't bother asking you. But on the issue of Democrats, because you take a few positions that don't toe the line, they're talking about when your cycle comes up, they want to primary you. What is your response to them?
I really, I'm not afraid of telling the truth. As I've said, I'll be the Democrat that refuses to lie to the base and pretend that this is right. You know, I'm proud to stand with Israel. I'm proud to say that we need to secure our border. You know, I think it's entirely appropriate to bomb the Iranian nuclear facilities. And now I refuse to call my fellow citizens as they're fascists or Nazis or those things. I mean, I will agree also that we must keep our government open. And if somebody wants to primary me or the party wants to vote me out, it's like I'm going to go down being honest and telling you that this is wrong to do these kinds of things, and I refuse to do that. I think we need to be a big tent party. That doesn't sound like I'm a Democrat, and I know
I thought it was a mistake. I'm sorry, Senator.
Yeah, so interesting. Some recent reviews of Fetterman's job approval. I mean, he's up a little bit with Republicans, unsurprisingly, but he's dropped under 50% among Democrats. So, I mean, he's potentially paying a political price for it, which is why so few others dare to trod the same ground. And that was the point Speaker Johnson made the other day about the shutdown that was just mentioned by Fetterman. Look, they're conceding it anonymously to D.C. outlets because they can't put their names on it because they're afraid of their own people.
Democrats used to care about the harm that shutdowns caused hardworking Americans, but now we can all see very clearly that was always based on politics and not principle, because they have thrown the principle out the window. And yesterday, there was an article from The Hill that laid bare that very fact. A Democrat senator was speaking anonymously and admitted, quote, people are going to get hammered if they vote for the House passed bill to reopen the government. The clean, nonpartisan CR, they're going to get hammered. Another insider said in that same story, quote, we would have enough votes to reopen the government if people were not terrified of getting the guillotine, okay? They mean it metaphorically, but in a political sense, that's exactly what they're concerned about. And think about the fact that we're just laying out here. These are simple facts. We come out here every morning and remind the American people of what's going on. Do not let them distract you from the facts. The American people would have an open government if Democrats were not terrified of their radical base. That is the headline.
I mean, guillotine is an appropriate metaphor because first it comes politically, and then, you know, a la the Jacobins, it can come physically. Michael Bahrain is a chief political analyst at the Liberal Patriot. You can also get his writings at Michael A. Bahrain at .substack.com, of course. Michael, thanks so much for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Hi, Dan. How's it going?
Good. Michael Bahrain.substack.com. I think I added an initial there. Sorry about that.
All good. No worries.
So who's right, Fetterman or those colleagues of his that are running scared from their base politically?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the problem that Democrats are facing right now is sort of twofold. I mean, on the one hand, they've kind of dug themselves into a corner with the shutdown, right? I think they Chuck Schumer tried to avoid this the first time around back in the spring. This time he decided that it was in probably his own political interest to go through with it. And now here we are several weeks into it, and there's not really any solution in sight. And so on the one hand, he's got the base of his party, which, wants this shutdown to realize some gain for them, whether it's healthcare, whether it's, something else related to the Trump administration. And on the other hand, shutdowns are not necessarily super popular. The Democrats are getting about as much blame as Republicans are right now for this. And so, I think Mike Johnson and John Thune have made it clear they're ready to deal whenever Schumer is. And at this point, there's just not a lot of middle ground right now, and not a lot. The incentives are kind of misaligned, for Schumer to want to find an end to this thing.
Well, right. I mean, the scuttlebutt has been, and this comes from a lot of anonymous sources, is that look, Schumer can't end the shutdown by passing a clean CR because he'll get no credit from the base of the party for having, taken this path even for 3 weeks or a month. I don't know. Take it all the way to Thanksgiving. Take it to the end of the year. I don't take it as long as you want. But he's not going to get any credit if he ultimately caves for having done this.
Yeah, there was an interesting piece that Charlie Cook wrote back around the time that the first shutdown was being threatened, and I think it kind of gets at really what's going on here, which is he said that the reason for these shutdowns is that the Democrats and Democratic voters specifically haven't really come to terms with the results of the last election. Still thinking that there is some way that they can kind of use their what limited power they have in government to sort of, punch back against Trump, against some of these things that they're not happy with. And the reality is when you're the minority party in Congress and you don't have the White House, there's very little you can do. And so I think, for a lot of Democratic voters, the shutdown is purportedly about health care, but really what it's about is I think a lot of Democrats are just frustrated that they don't have power and that there's not a lot that they can do right now to push back against things that they don't like coming out of the Trump administration. And so the shutdown is the one thing that they think they have. But in reality, there's just not a lot of evidence that they have gotten much out of this and that they're going to get much out of this at the end of the day.
It's interesting you say about coming to terms with the election results. I also think they haven't come to terms with why they lost. And I know you and your colleagues have written a lot about that. I mean, just this week, KJP defending herself in terms of the defenses she offered to Kamala Harris, because Kamala sort of blamed the Biden White House for not defending her enough during the campaign. And she turns around, not only defends herself, then she says, I knew Kamala couldn't win because I know what it's like to be a black woman in America. And I knew just because she's a black woman, she couldn't win. So that's why she thinks they lost. Meanwhile, you have voices like James Carville on a podcast with Al Hunt. Talk about a throwback podcast. Carville saying this should happen to Trump administration officials after the Trump administration.
You know what we do with collaborators,
right?
And I think as corporations, my fantasy dream is that this nightmare ends in 2029. And I think we ought to have radical thing. I think they all ought to have their heads shaven. They should be put in orange pajamas, and it should be marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, and the public should be invited to spit on them. The universities, the corporations, the law firms, all of these collaborators should be shaved, pajamaed, and spit on.
I don't think Carville's on board with Fetterman's big tent approach.
That was interesting. I hadn't heard those comments from Carville. Yeah, it's a little surprising too, because James Carville usually is a pretty keen observer of a lot of what ails the Democrats. And look, I mean, I think there's look, Trump definitely likes to provoke the beast. He kind of goes out of his way to troll his opponents, and I think it's one thing to have criticisms of any administration and government, but I think as I was writing in my piece this week, part of what has been kind of fascinating to see from the Democrats, and I think this really extends back to 2016 after Trump won the first time, is that for a lot of them, there just really hasn't been much of a desire, seemingly, to really grapple with why not only they lost the first time, but why Trump has the staying power and why they haven't been able to cut into his base of support. There just really was no curiosity about it after he won the first time. And I think it led people erroneously. I think they won in 2020, and then there were some high-profile wins in the 2022 midterms, and I think it kind of misled the party into thinking that the way to win back power is just to gin up the base, to get high turnout, because there's this sort of majority of the country that really opposes Trump. You just have to get them to the polls, and that was totally put to rest this last year in 2024. And you would have thought that if there were any point at which the party would have a true reckoning about, okay, where have we gone wrong? Because clearly we're doing something that is driving people away from us. It would have been after this last election. And then Trump came back into office, and it just reverted to kind of the very predictable and familiar tribal dynamics, which is, well, we don't have time for this introspection. We just have to resist Trump. And now we are where we are again. I mean, look, Trump's popularity has come down a little bit since he first took back the White House, but so has the Democrats. I mean, Democrats right now as a party have a lower favorability rating than both Republicans and Trump. So, I think there's kind of a pressing matter here of just getting their own affairs in order and trying to kind of, rebrand themselves and figure out a way to reach a lot of voters who have left the party over the last decade. Because right now they're kind of treading water, and they're not moving in the right direction.
Right. And if Mamdani wins in New York and they hold the governor's mansion in both Virginia and New Jersey, then they're going to say, well, look, we got all of our friends who are fully aligned with the base of the party. We got them across the finish line. So there's no problem here.
Yeah, that's something that I'm going to be keeping an eye on for sure. I mean, right now, I think both of those governors' races specifically are tightening a little bit, and especially New Jersey. I think the dynamics are such that usually in off-year elections, the party that doesn't hold the White House tends to have a good election, and these are states that both kind of lean the Democrats' way anyway. But if they do win both of those, in the New York City mayoral race, and we'll see what happens elsewhere in the country. There's a part of me that is, curious to see whether they kind of use that as a sign that, okay, cool, what we're doing is just fine. Or if, there's still some prominent voices in the party who are trying to kind of call for them to, hey, this is well and good, but there's still so much more work that has to be done, not just ahead of the midterms next year to win, in some of these really battlegrounds Senate races. But, in 3 years, in 2028, when we have another national election and the Democrats have to figure out what are they going to stand for, who are they going to try and represent, these kinds of questions that really haven't been answered that well over the last decade.
And so their play is, as we've seen, like we saw last weekend, is basically just to stick with the Naziification of Trump and ICE in particular. Those are the preeminent boogeymen, and whip people into a frenzy to whip them out to the polls and just take a base plus strategy as your electoral strategy, right?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I think, it goes without saying everybody, every American has a right to protest so long as they do it peacefully. And especially if you're upset with what's going on in your government. I think the problem is that, there are a lot of people who can't help but engage in histrionics. And, if the idea is that if you want to win back power down the road, if you want to win back the White House, and clearly right now you don't have a coalition that is capable of doing that, you're going to have to bring voters into the fold who, even if they're not stalwart Trump supporters, they might like some of the things that he's done. They may have voted for him in the past. And I think the problem, among many other issues, with kind of just cavalierly tossing out terms like fascism, is that basically what you are saying to people who might have voted for him or supported him is that you supported a fascist. And I'm not really sure if you are trying to, if you have to win some of these people's support back, if you have to kind of dig into his base of support in order to be successful yourself down the road, that just, to me, that seems like that's probably not super helpful.
Yeah, an odd way to ask for support, right? Michael Baharin is the chief political analyst of the Liberal Patriot. You can also get his writings at michaelbaharin.substack.com. Michael, thank you as always. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Dan.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.Pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. Is the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians the revival of an ancient conflict recorded in the Bible?
The nation of Israel is a resurrected nation. So what if there was going to be a resurrection of another people, an enemy people of Israel? The Bible speaks about this whole war as a dragon representing the enemy attacking a woman representing Israel.
Dinesh D'Souza's new film, The Dragon's Prophecy, offers new understanding of October 7th, Israel, radical Islam, anti-Semitism, and biblical prophecy. Could the fate of the world, of humanity itself, be tied to this place?
We came back to a land that was largely barren and empty, and we brought it back to life, and we're going to keep it.
The dragon will not prevail.
The Dragon's Prophecy, based on Jonathan Cahn's international bestseller. Watch it now or buy the DVD at salemnow.com. That's salemnow.com.
These days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine. Dan Proft here from my friends at QC Kinetics. People just like you are finding lasting relief without steroids, medications, or surgery here in Chicagoland at QC Kinetics. Here's how it works. Your blood contains tiny but mighty healing tools. At QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli and her team get to the root of where your pain stems and concentrates these natural healing tools in the exact location. By putting these natural elements to work, your body can revitalize joints, literally using your own power to heal. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast, all natural, and there's no downtime. So, if your back, knees, or shoulders are keeping you from enjoying life, call my proud sponsor, QC Kinetics, today and schedule a free consultation with Dr. Caravelli and her team. Call QC Kinetics now, 312-827-6261. Again, that phone number, 312-827-6261, 312-827-6261, and tell them I sent you when you do.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up, hopefully get to it in the 8 o'clock hour, is the last time Michael Jordan picked up a basketball. He sat down, interview with Mike Tirico. Pretty interesting. But at 8:08, we're going to talk to Chris Jacobs about Obamacare premiums. They're doubling. Not so fast. It is now 8 o'clock on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
He canceled a summit, then imposed sanctions. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, for refusing to stop attacking Ukraine.
The administration is putting sanctions on Russia's two largest oil companies. The announcement coming as President Trump scrapped plans to meet with the Russian president.
It didn't feel right to me. It didn't feel like we were going to get to the place we have to get, so I canceled it.
Targeting Russia's oil companies is intended to cut off access to a main revenue source for Moscow's war machine.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. The European Union is also imposing sanctions on Russia. A ninth boat suspected of trafficking illegal drugs blown up by the U.S. military. 3 more alleged narco-terrorists were killed, so it's up to 37 deaths in this crackdown off the South American coast.
We know where they're headed. We know what their drop-off points are. We know what organizations they're involved in. These things are tracked very carefully.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is on his way to Israel for a 2-day visit after Vice President Vance spent 2 days there, also focused on the Gaza ceasefire still in place. We're in day 23 now of the government shutdown after another vote failed to end the standoff over funding. But one senator on the left is siding with the right.
I'm one of only 2 Democrats that's voting to keep our government open.
Senator John Fetterman also tells Fox's Hannity,
I'm a country over party guy.
Fetterman's fellow Democrats have blocked funding, demanding Republicans include numerous provisions, including one to extend Obamacare subsidies set to expire at year's end and raise the cost of coverage for millions of Americans. There is breaking sports news. An NBA player taken into custody in a gambling investigation. Terry Rozier with the Miami Heat was arrested after Rozier's team's season opener.
In connection with an FBI sports betting probe, he did not play in last night's game when the Heat took on the Orlando Magic. FBI Director Kash Patel and the Eastern District of New York are going to be holding a press conference at 10 a.m. Eastern Time this morning.
That's Fox Business Network Cheryl Casoni. Also, we've learned Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups has been taken into custody. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 41 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the AM 560 newsroom. A federal judge has ordered that Border Patrol and immigration officials sit down for a deposition to discuss how federal officers are enforcing the law. Customs and Border Patrol Chief Patrol Agent Greg Bovino was on Fox's America Reports claiming that authorities are acting ethically.
They operate with extreme professionalism. They do everything right. I've not seen one instance of something that was out of control or wrong.
The government shutdown is entering into its fourth week with no end in sight. Since that shutdown began, only 6 federal programs have missed out on federal grant payments that they'd been expecting, but dozens more, including Head Start, are due to be dispersed on November 1st. Now, that money will not arrive unless the federal government reopens between now and then. Many Head Start operators have begun counting the number of days that they're going to be able to stay open without that federal money. The Early Education Initiative is funded almost entirely by the federal government, making it particularly vulnerable to funding disruptions. The programs, which are run by schools and local governments and nonprofits, receive new grants annually, and they're not allowed to carry over any unspent money. The preschools provide 2 meals a day to students, along with medical screenings and dental care. Many of the children who attend Head Start have parents that are working in hourly jobs that will risk losing their jobs if they don't have childcare. Right now, there are over 28,000 children in Head Start here in Illinois. Chicago's O'Hare International Airport has recorded the busiest summer in its 70-year history, according to Mayor Brandon Johnson and the Chicago Department of Aviation. More than 24.3 million passengers traveled through O'Hare during June, July, and August. That surpasses the previous record of 24 million, which was set in 2019. News is a service of Quick Delivery Service. When you need same-day delivery, when you need the fastest service, when you need a last-minute delivery, go to quickdelivery.com and get a quote right now. That's quickdelivery.com. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes, but time now for AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
T-Mobile shares are up 2%. Its summer was the best in a decade. It added more than 1 million customers with a monthly bill in the quarter. Southwest Airlines says the changes to its business are working, and it expects to see a record holiday quarter. Its summer quarter was better than forecast. Fees for checked bags and other perks are boosting sales. It introduced bag fees in late May, and it switches to assigned seating on January 27th. Southwest has been changing its planes to allow extra legroom for premium seats. Toy maker Hasbro says sales are picking up ahead of the holidays. Hasbro is raising its forecast for the year after it had a strong summer quarter. And Unilever says it is seeing business improve, its parent company of Hellmann's and Dove. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosola. Invested in you.
Get your tickets for Freedom Summit Chicago 2025, happening on Saturday, November 8th at Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca. This year, featuring Dr. Ben Carson, Scott Jennings, Mike Gallagher, along with Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, John Anthony, and many more. This event will sell out fast, so get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Aid for Women, Breakthrough Ideas, and by Attorney Stephen A. Leahy at Opum Tax Advocates.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank that cares about your business and is invested in your success. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Chris Johnson, CEO of Classic Cinemas and proud customer of Signature Bank. We are a local family-owned business that is known for free refills on all sizes of popcorn, soft drinks, and ices. With over 9,000 heated recliners in 16 locations, we marry the traditions of the past with today's state-of-the-art technology. Throw in a 30-minute guarantee and an after-movie mint, and you have the perfect night out. As we strive to make every guest our priority, Signature Bank does the same with their customers. The team at Signature Bank is interested in taking my company forward. They have all the resources and solutions of the big banks, but they customize their offerings to meet my business needs. The customer always comes first with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Honey, what's for dinner?
Honestly, nothing.
Nothing? Why not?
Because every time I need a pan, I have to unload half the kitchen first.
It's like Jenga, but with casserole dishes.
Exactly. And I always lose.
At Forever Remodeling, we create kitchens that fit your life, not the other way around. From smart storage to stunning finishes, start cooking in a kitchen built just for you. Visit foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com.
Hey, I'm Steve Wyatt, and I want to invite you to the Wyatt Matters Show, which airs every Sunday on this station. You can expect lively discussion and heartfelt reflection that will both entertain and inspire you. And if we do it right, maybe deliver some genuine laughter as well. We talk about not only what matters, but also why it matters.
Wyatt Matters. Sunday morning at 6 on AM 560. The Answer.
This month, Pure Talk is supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat vets struggling with PTSD. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. Sure, I like the unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and you will too. But you will love being in business with a company that shares your values. Dial pound 250, say Micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication on your accounts, report phishing, and update your software on all your devices. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. So stay smart, stay safe, and stay protected with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use the promo code BECK. Terms to apply.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. Getting a little bit slow on the Eden on the inbound side from Lake Cook to Montrose, 20 minutes. Outbound is 24. The Kennedy inbound from O'Hare to the Burn Interchange is 43 minutes. Outbound is 41. Now on the inbound side, just before Cumberland Avenue, a stall takes out the left lane. And on the outbound side before Montrose Avenue, there's an accident. The Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the old post office, 46 minutes. Outbound is 31 with the crash on the outbound side at Morgan Street. The inbound Stevenson is real slow from the Tri-State to Lakeshore, 53 minutes. Outbound is 26. The Dan Ryan from 95th Street to the Burn Interchange is 33 minutes. Still looking okay on the outbound side at 12. And on the southwest side in Garfield Ridge, there is a crash on Cicero Avenue at Archer Avenue. Traffic is a service of AM 560 Store. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be mostly sunny and breezy with a high of 53. Tonight, expect clear skies and chilly temperatures, possibly leading to frost in colder areas with a low of 35. Tomorrow will bring plenty of sunshine and a high of 55. Looking ahead to Saturday, anticipate sun peeking through high clouds with a high of 58. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Proft here. I'm really interested in that those arrests of Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier, that something related to a sports betting scandal. We got point shaving going on in the NBA. It might actually make the game interesting. But I digress. We have more pressing public policy matters to discuss. As we were talking about a little bit last hour with Chris Botterine of the Liberal Patriot, the politics of the government shutdown. Here's another good indication of the posture of congressional Democrats. Catherine Clark from Massachusetts is the House Minority Whip, and she had this to say about the shutdown as we are in week 3.
And of course, there will be, families that are going to suffer. We take that responsibility very seriously, but it is one of the few leveraged times we have.
Leverage times to do what? Not restore funding for NPR and for the study of locusts in Africa? Yeah, compelling stuff. No, they focus, of course, on Obamacare, that, as you recall, our discussion of the No Kings rally weekend pregame, that CNN town hall with Comrade Bernie and AOC. If they don't dig in their heels and demand that Republicans come to heel on this clean CR, then it will be the end of health care in America as we know it. That was the contention.
Middle-class families will be paying $50,000 a year for health care. Anyone think that's sane? It's not. Who can afford that? Republicans are catching on. They're playing a losing hand. They are going to come to the table finally and address the health care crisis that they've created.
The health care they've created with Obamacare. Okay. For more on this, speaking of the sanity question, maybe should be asked in the direction of Comrade Bernie. Please be joined by Chris Jacobs, the founder and CEO of Juniper Research Group, which is a consulting firm. Chris Jacobs, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Do we have Chris?
I'm here. Hello?
Oh, there we go. There we go. We got you now. Chris, sans coming to the table to deal with Obamacare subsidies. Now, middle-income families will be paying $50,000 a year for health insurance. If those subsidies aren't extended, not only that, the healthcare system will collapse under its own weight. Cats and dogs will be living together and so forth.
Not true in the slightest. The absolute impact of the enhanced. First of all, I think it's important to tell your listeners that Obamacare remains for better and for worse. That we're only talking about the expiration of enhanced, quote unquote, temporary subsidies that the Biden administration and Democrats ran through in 2021. Those will expire at the end of the year. In absolute dollar terms, the premium increases that most families will face will be relatively modest, on the order of $50 to $75, maybe $100 a month. Now, the Democrats are trying to portray this in alarmist terms, shockingly, as you pointed out from the Bernie Sanders quote. But when you think about it, by focusing on the percentage increase, but when you think about it, if your premium goes from out-of-pocket premium goes from $1 a month to $4 a month, your premiums have quadrupled. But in reality, is a $3 a month premium increase that unaffordable for you? No. And so they're playing rhetorical and semantic games by using percentage increases as opposed to the absolute dollar amount to try to scare Congress to passing a $400 billion bailout for the insurance companies.
And so, I mean, give me a, sort of a profile. I know you wrote a piece on this in the Journal, and you talked about this fallacious study they're relying on to argue that premiums will double, and a little bit of the manipulation of words that were used to give the impression that to the average reader that, okay, so I'm paying $500 a month now. I'm going to be paying $1,000 a month if Republicans don't come to the table. That's what they want you to believe. So give me sort of a reasonable profile of a median sort of silver plan American, and what's projected to happen if those enhanced subsidies sunset at the end of the year.
Sure. The terminology they're using is premium payments. And they're trying to be clever here, and they're not talking about the total premiums. Because even if the enhanced subsidies expire, the federal government will still be paying, on average, more than 3/4 or nearly 80% of the total premium. So they don't want to focus on the total premium. They only want to focus on premium payments, because in reality, most folks on the exchanges are paying very little. In many cases, they're paying nothing. Over nearly half of enrollees on the exchanges right now pay nothing out of pocket for a, quote, benchmark insurance plan, a benchmark silver plan. Well, that's a problem. That's a bug. That's not a feature.
Yeah.
The Congressional Budget Office and others have talked about the massive amounts of fraud because people pay nothing for coverage. You have no reason to
control costs.
Right. It's just money that gets shoveled to the insurance companies. And in many cases, people don't even know they're being enrolled in this coverage. They're staying in this quote free coverage even after they go onto their employer plan. It's a waste of taxpayer dollars. It is not unreasonable to ask everybody to pay at least something out of pocket for health coverage per month.
And we've talked about this. The enhanced subsidies are go from So who is? Will you tell us? I mean, the enhanced subsidies, I understand, go up as high as for people that are close to $500,000 in income. But I don't think that's why they sunsetted them. I'll get to that. But that the cohort that is our beneficiaries of the enhanced subsidies, who would be have to pay more if the enhanced subsidies went away. What is that cohort?
You're right that they go all the way up to $500,000. I mean, Bernie Sanders said that $50,000 per year in premiums that you will be paying. Well, if you do the math on that, and I don't know if that person actually exists or Bernie Sanders is just throwing numbers out of his whatever. Mm-hmm. The enhanced subsidies say that no one will pay more than 8.5% of income on out of pocket in premiums. So if you have somebody with a $50,000 a year premium, they will get a subsidy up to $588,000 of income. Now, should we be subsidizing people with $500,000 of income and subsidizing, as Bernie Sanders would say, the 1%? I think most people would say, no, we shouldn't be doing that. Now, that said, most of the folks would still get a subsidy. 93% of enrollees would get a subsidy. Most of these folks are at the poverty level or just above the poverty level. They qualify for the richest subsidies because the dirty little secret about Obamacare is, and this is why they're trying to create scare tactics over it, most people don't enroll unless you heavily subsidize them. You effectively have to bribe people to sign up for this coverage. And that's the problem. And so a lot of people are paying zero right now, and other people are paying very little. And if they're forced to pay even $100 a month, a lot of families will say, I don't want it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to me to be paying $100 a month for a plan that still has a $6,000 deductible, et cetera, et cetera.
And if the enhanced subsidies went away, just another question on that, what is the threshold at which you would no longer be subsidized? What's the income threshold?
It's 4 times poverty. It's about $120,000 for a family of 4. And that only is people above that will lose any eligibility for subsidies. But that is only about 7% of the total exchange population. So that's 1.5 million to 2 million people nationwide.
And so for the family of 4 making $120,000, that would result in their monthly health care premium going from what today to what tomorrow?
I mean, it obviously varies, but that small group of individuals, they may pay significantly more because they suddenly lose all eligibility for subsidies. But like I said, it's a small percentage of the total population on the exchanges. And the Urban Institute, which is a leftist think tank, said that the uninsured rate among that population would increase only modestly because those individuals of more affluent means are more likely to have employer coverage and are more likely to have the means to pay for the full premium out of pocket.
Right. Well, right, of course. And so the sunsetting piece of this, too. Of course, Republicans have said, pass the CR, then we'll talk about Obamacare subsidies, because there's a lot of them that are afraid of, taking anybody's subsidies away, because of course you've created a constituency with these enhanced subsidies. And that's, in my view, that's exactly why it was sunsetted for only 2 years. COVID was the opportunity, sunsetted for 2 years. Then in 2 years, we know we've got an issue to try to beat the Republicans about the head and neck with politically, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and let's not forget two things here, Dan, that are important to put in context. First of all, the massive amounts of inflation that all this COVID spending created. Okay? This is a massive, the subsidies are a massive inflationary mechanism because they insulate households from premium increases. Insurance companies have no reason not to increase premiums year after year after year because the federal government pays
subsidizing the premiums. Yeah.
Correct. Okay. So it's a one-way ratchet and encourages inflation. The second thing, to this point, Obama in 2008 said that his health care plan would cut premiums for the average family by $2,500 per year. Is that happening for anybody? Okay. We just saw a study yesterday relating to employer-provided insurance. This is not folks who buy the exchanges. This is folks that get their coverage from the employer. That the average plan, the premium for a family plan in employer coverage is $27,000 per year. You can buy a good car for that amount every year. So just think about that. You're going out there and you can buy a good car every year for the amount that we spend on health insurance. This is a massive failure.
Yeah, as predicted by everyone who passed an Econ 101 class 15 years ago. Chris Jacobs, founder and CEO of Juniper Research Group, which is a consulting firm. You can check out his column that we're discussing. Obamacare premiums are doubling, ? Don't believe it, as he was just explaining. Chris, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And Chris joined us on the Turnkey.Pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You know what really keeps me up at night? It's the criminals feel more and more bold. They have no fear of any consequences because there are none. So I did what anyone with a family should do. I called Goldilocks. They're not just some cookie-cutter security company. Goldilocks has been protecting Chicagoland homes and businesses for 4 decades, 40 years. And they actually listen. Their technician comes out to the house. He takes a look at what you need to make your house a smart home with a security system you can monitor from anywhere. It's built specifically for me and my family. Motion sensors, smart locks, cameras, monitoring, all customized. I don't trust anybody in Illinois to protect my family. I do it, and I did it by calling Goldilocks. I trust Goldilocks to keep my house, my property, and my family safe. Tell them Sean Thompson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months free monitoring with any new installation. Call Goldilocks at 708-899-5600. That's 708-899-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com.
Our veterans are our heroes. They answered the call to defend our freedom, putting their lives on the line for our nation. But today, thousands of these brave men and women are facing something no hero should ever face: food insecurity. That's where Farm to Veteran comes in. Through the Fulcrum Farm Foundation, this remarkable organization delivers farm-fresh, nutritious food directly to veterans in need through veteran services and organizations. From greenhouse-grown produce to eggs, they're ensuring our heroes have access to the high-quality food they deserve. But Farm to Veteran can't do it alone. They need our help. Your financial contribution directly supports their mission to feed more veterans across their growing network of partner farms nationwide. And there's another way you can make a difference. Join them at their upcoming community events. Visit farmtoveteran.com today. That's farm2veteran.com to donate or to learn about events near you. Because those who served our country shouldn't have to wonder where their next meal is coming from. Let's stand with those who stood for us. That website again, Farm to Veteran, veteran.com.
Did you know a will alone does not keep your family out of court when you die? The court still has to approve your will, but get a living trust, and your estate can be settled clearly without issue. Talk to the attorneys at Naumann & Associates. They prepare wills and trusts for a flat fee, no surprises, no hourly rate. With decades of experience, they know the law and offer a free consultation. Contact Naumann & Associates in Elk Grove Village, nalawgroup.com. Call 847-593-8777.
Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication on your accounts, report phishing, and update your software on all your devices. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. So stay smart, stay safe, and stay protected with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use the promo code BECK. Terms do apply.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Well, that was a surprise. The HVAC tech just said our furnace apparently has a cracked heat exchanger, and it'll cost thousands.
Oh, you're kidding. He barely looked at it. Now he's pushing a huge repair? What should we do?
I don't really trust them. We need a second opinion. My brother Mark recommended Air Right Heating and Cooling. I looked them up and they seem legit. Great Google reviews. I'm sure they'd give us an honest assessment. He liked that they checked their carbon monoxide readings so he knows the air they're breathing is safe. And I guess it also gave a sense of how much life was left in their furnace.
I'd love that peace of mind. Plus, why spend a fortune on something we might not even need?
Get a second opinion from Air Right Heating and Cooling. Tell them AM 560 sent you and get $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling right now at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Ace Hardware in Oak Brook, Illinois seeks a software engineer analyst 2 to provide technical expertise on supply chain software-related projects and serve as technical mentor for internal and external designers and developers. Required travel to distribution centers across the United States 4 to 8 times per year for system rollouts. Remote work option 40% of the time. Salary $148,949 per year. Submit resumes to resumesrs@acehardware.com. Reference job ID 29428 in the subject line.
Hello, this is Alistair Begg. In September of 2026, I'll be teaching the Bible as we cruise through the Norwegian fjords. I'd love for you to join me. Call 855-565-5519 or visit deeperfaithcruise.com.
These days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine. Dan Proft here from my friends at QC Kinetics. People just like you are finding lasting relief without steroids, medications, or surgery here in Chicagoland at QC Kinetics. Here's how it works. Your blood contains tiny but mighty healing tools. At QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli and her team get to the root of where your pain stems and concentrates these natural healing tools in the exact location. By putting these natural elements to work, your body can revitalize joints, literally using your own power to heal. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast, all natural, and there's no downtime. So, if your back, knees, or shoulders are keeping you from enjoying life, call my proud sponsor, QC Kinetics, today and schedule a free consultation with Dr. Caravelli and her team. Call QC Kinetics now, 312-827-6261. Again, that phone number, 312 312-827-6261. 312-827-6261, and tell them I sent you when you do.
Rising debt, stock market swings, and global shocks can affect your retirement. But even in this economy, there's still opportunity. Protect your retirement with a secure, tax-advantaged gold IRA. Instead of leaving a 401k or IRA at the mercy of markets, hold physical gold or silver. Real protection for your future. And Noble Gold makes it simple. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com and chat with a specialist. The conversation is free, and the peace of mind is priceless. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals involves risk. Consult your financial advisor before making investment decisions.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft here. Two things. A couple of texts about that piece by Rod Dreher on France and what's going on there per one of their nation's top counterterrorism experts. Rod Dreher, DREHER.substack.com. France, Civil War by 2030, question mark, is the piece I referenced earlier in the hour. And then this other matter that we've mentioned a couple times today, but for those just joining us, just awful, tragic news in the world of Illinois politics. I'm going to read a statement from Darren Bailey's campaign. On Wednesday evening, Darren and his wife, Cindy, received the heartbreaking news no parent ever wants to hear. Their son, Zachary, his wife, Kelsey, and their two young children, Veda Rose, age 12, and Samuel, age 7, tragically lost their lives in a helicopter accident in Montana. Their other grandson, Finn, who's age 10, was not on the helicopter and is safe. Darren and Cindy are heartbroken by this unimaginable loss. They are finding comfort in their faith, their family, and their prayers of so many who love and care for them. The Baileys deeply appreciate the kindness and support they have received and ask for privacy as they grieve and hold their loved ones close during this difficult time. So, again, we extend our sincerest condolences to Darren and his family, and certainly encourage others to keep them in your prayers and send well wishes to them in this obviously immensely difficult time. What a terrible, terrible loss. Coming up at 8:38, we'll turn our attention to geopolitics. Best-selling author Lee Smith joins us to talk about the upcoming Trump-Xi meeting. And after the Chi-Com's gambit with rare earths, what's next in terms of Trump's approach to China? That's 8:38. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It is 41 degrees in Chicago on AM 560, The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the AM 560 newsroom. The Harvey Police Department is currently investigating allegations of criminal sexual assault and criminal sexual abuse that initially occurred at the University of Chicago Ingalls Memorial Hospital. A posting on the police department's Facebook page states that the investigation may involve multiple victims across various medical facilities. Officials say they're actively seeking to identify any additional victims or witnesses who may have been involved in or may have observed these criminal activities. If you have any information about this individual or their whereabouts, you're asked to contact Detective Baptist at the Harvey Police Department. O'Hare International Airport has recorded the busiest summer in its 70-year history. More than 24.3 million passengers traveled through O'Hare during June, July, and August, surpassing the previous record of 24 million that was set in 2019. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Big savings on full mouth dental implants are here at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Medical insurance can make what used to cost a fortune surprisingly affordable. Don't wait. Take the 60-second quiz to see if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Get your tickets for Freedom Summit Chicago 2025, happening on Saturday, November 8th at Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca. This year, featuring Dr. Ben Carson, Scott Jennings, Mike Gallagher, along with Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, John Anthony, and many more. This event will sell out fast, so get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Lutheran Life Communities, Virago, and by Senior Helpers of Naperville.
MyPillow is excited to announce they're having their biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. My Slippers, only $39.98. Any color, any style. Regular $149.98. Now only $39.98. That's a $110 savings. Once they're gone for good. My Towels are finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first and only time, get their limited edition premium My Pillows made with Giza cotton and a designer gusset. Queens $17.98, Kings only $19.98. Also, for limited time, when your order is over $100, you'll receive free shipping plus $100 in free digital gifts. So go to mypillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
When the power goes out, life stops. Heat, AC, fridge, phones, all gone. But with a Generac home standby generator from True Power Generator Service, your home powers back on automatically, so you're never left in the dark. Book your consultation today at TruePowerGenerator.com. That's TruePowerGenerator.com. Plus, 560 listeners get a free 10-year extended warranty. Terms and conditions apply. Call for details. True Power Generator Service and Generac. It's not just a generator, it's a power move.
We are truly living in a historic time. After 738 days, the 20 living Israeli hostages have been released from captivity, and those who were killed will finally rest in peace beneath Israel's soil. Praise God for that. Hi, it's Chris Stigall, and in this time of celebration, our good friends at the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews send their deepest gratitude for your prayers and unwavering support. You know, thanks to you, the fellowship has provided $300 million in emergency aid since October 7th. That includes millions in direct support for the hostages and their families. Of course, the road ahead is still a long one, and much needs to be done to restore and revive the people of Israel. That's exactly what the fellowship does. For example, they're assisting returned hostages along with their families and friends with immediate medical, psychological, and financial support. They're also providing mental health care for Israelis of all ages. If you'd like to help, visit ifcj.org. That's ifcj.org.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Real Story with Jeannie Ives, powered by Breakthrough Ideas, Sunday evening at 7 on AM 560 The Answer.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. Getting a little bit slow on the Eden on the inbound side from Lake Hook to Montrose, 20 minutes. Outbound is 24. The Kennedy inbound from O'Hare to the Burn Interchange is 43 minutes. Outbound is 41. Now on the inbound side, just before Cumberland Avenue, a stall takes out the left lane. And on the outbound side before Montrose Avenue, there's an accident. The Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 46 minutes. Outbound is 31 with the crash on the outbound side at Morgan Street. The inbound Stevenson is real slow from the Tri-State to Lakeshore, 53 minutes. Outbound is 26. The Dan Ryan from 95th Street to the Burn Interchange is 33 minutes. Still looking okay on the outbound side at 12. And on the southwest side in Garfield Ridge, there is a crash on Cicero Avenue at Archer Avenue. Traffic is a service of AM 560 Store. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be mostly sunny and breezy with a high of 53. Tonight, expect clear skies and chilly temperatures, possibly leading to frost in colder areas with a low of 35. Tomorrow will bring plenty of sunshine and a high of 55. Looking ahead to Saturday, anticipate sun peeking through high clouds with a high of 58. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. So, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is on his way to Malaysia to meet with his Chinese Communist Party counterpart in advance of Trump having his first face-to-face in his second term with President Xi in South Korea later. So Bessent is there to set the table in response to the export controls that the Chinese communists put on rare earths. Now, Trump made a nice pivot earlier this week in agreeing in principle to a deal with the Australians to provide some of those rare earths that we need in the interim. But the question is, where do things go from here? Trump had this to say when asked both about his forthcoming meeting with Xi and his not forthcoming meeting with Putin.
And all the bloodshed ended.
And as you know, we are going to be making a big trip next week. Some of you are going with us. We'll be going to Malaysia, South Korea, and Japan. In South Korea, I'll be meeting with President Xi of China. We'll have a pretty long meeting scheduled. We can work out a lot of our questions and our doubts and our tremendous assets together. So we look forward to that. I think something will work out. We have a very good relationship, but that'll be a big one. We canceled the meeting with President Putin. It didn't feel right to me. It didn't feel like we were going to get to the place we have to get, so I canceled it. But we'll do it in the future.
And of course, sanctions were imposed, perhaps the most aggressive sanctions yet imposed on Russian industry, energy sector, after that meeting was canceled, per Trump's belief that Putin wasn't ready to be serious. So what will come if Xi isn't ready to be serious? For more on that, please be joined by Lee Smith, best-selling author of The Permanent Coup and The Plot Against the President, what I just described as the subject of his new book, The China Matrix, the epic story of how Donald Trump shattered a deadly pact. Lee Smith, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Dan, good morning. Thank you for bringing me on. I appreciate it.
So the sort of the what comes next, and maybe past is prologue, talking about the deadly pact that he shattered and what that tells us in terms of informing our understanding of what Trump might do here with this impasse over export controls on rare earths.
Right. What Donald Trump wants, as I describe in the China Matrix, and that he went through this during his first term, Donald Trump wants to rewrite the rules of the relationship with China, which includes preventing China from manipulating its currency, stealing American IP, forcing transfers of American tech. And that didn't happen in the first term, and I think it's unlikely that's going to happen in the second term as well. So I think Donald Trump is looking past that. And I think it's important to look at what Donald Trump's tariff regime means. I think that this is it's meant to it's not just meant to design to even the score, even the trade imbalance that is worth many trillions of dollars at this point. But it's also meant to punish the CCP. It's meant to put the United States in a stronger position. It's meant to hurt Xi.
So, I mean, for those who think that, look, it's time to formally decouple from China, I know that's a phrase that Scott Bessent does not like to hear, and he bristles at it. But it sounds like that effectively is Trump's position over time, that will present as interested in collaboration and a mutually beneficial relationship. But what we're really trying to do is minimize China's influence.
Yes, we have to minimize our exposure. I heard you in the introduction calling it the Chinese Communist Party, and that's exactly right. It's often forgotten that this is a communist government. They exploit the wealth of others, and with China, it's been our wealth. And this has been going on since the start of the relationship in 1972. And, of course, it really picked up with China's accession to the World Trade Organization in 2001. And look, it's righteous and important that the Treasury Secretary says, we're not talking about a formal decoupling from China because no one wants to rattle the markets, right? No one wants to get people upset, but that's exactly what has to happen. We saw what happened during COVID, and people were alarmed to see that we relied on pharmaceuticals made in China, that which puts us in a very dangerous position, and that's just one of many strategic industries that the Chinese have conquered. We need to absolutely minimize, if not eliminate eventually, if not during the remainder of Trump's term, but eliminate wholly our exposure to China.
I mean, people forget this, but of course, Trump was talking about the threat that the Chinese Communist Party posed back in the 1980s. And it doesn't seem like his posture has changed much. People are still confused about his complimentary rhetoric. I have a great relationship with Xi and this and that, but that's just the way he sort of butters people up to try to get what he wants, I think. So the question always is, what does he actually want? And I think you're bringing that into focus. And I wonder how impactful on Trump's motivation here was the dishonesty and destruction that China inflicted on America and the world vis-a-vis COVID.
Very important. Look, Donald Trump, as I explained in my book, there's an extensive interview with the president in the China Matrix, which goes between chapter 1 and the epilogue. And it's a very important interview. And in that interview, you understand the reasons why Donald Trump distrusts Xi Jinping. And at the top of that list, Dan, is COVID. He has a quote saying, I liked and respected Xi very much until the China virus. So that's one issue. There are two other issues, though, as well. The second issue is that Donald Trump wanted a comprehensive trade deal with the Chinese, which would allow American companies into China. We have a very hard time getting American companies into China, despite what different policymakers and corporate leaders say. That would also have meant no more manipulation of the renminbi, no more stealing American IP, no more tech transfers, and many, many other things. Right? Trump thought that he had this deal, and Xi backed out. So that's another reason that Trump doesn't trust Xi. The third reason is that the deal that they eventually did, a much smaller deal known as the Phase 1 trade deal, the Chinese never fulfilled their obligations, including purchases of American agricultural goods. So going into this meeting with Xi and before, Donald Trump is looking at a man who has crossed him several times. Donald, as a negotiator, as someone who's been doing business across the world for a long time, you can bet that this is on Donald Trump's mind. He's not going in there with a blank slate or expecting to be fooled like a regular Washington swamp creature. This is a guy who does business and has a long memory, and he's going to be looking at a man who he does not trust.
So with the point of this face-to-face, which ultimately has to happen for, appearance's sake at least, is maybe just appearance's sake. Maybe that's the least and the most, and this is all just to, as you said, calm the markets, suggest that these are two guys who can work together. There's no decoupling going on. There's nothing that is going to be radical or disruptive of global supply chains and so on and so forth. It's just give the appearance so that we can methodically execute our program the same way that Xi has been giving an appearance as they try to methodically execute theirs. And this is not mutually beneficial. This is predatory in both directions.
Absolutely right. Donald Trump has to show up because the strong horse has to be there, and he has to look the other guys in the eyes and has to say, "I know what you're doing." But do you know why Xi went nuclear with the rare earths? It's astonishing, and of course, this has not been widely reported in the Times and the Post and other places. What happened is that the U.S. found out that the Chinese had been buying American technology, transferring it to the Islamic Republic of Iran, which passed it on to their terror proxies, like Hamas. Hamas was using in their October 7th attack, 2023, this horrible massacre, we're leaving over 1,200 people dead. They were using American technology in their drones. We found out about that, and we put all of these different Chinese companies that had been fronting for the Iranians and the terror proxies on the entity list. Right. So for protecting American national security, Xi and the Chinese went nuclear on rare earths. So, yes, Donald Trump has to be in the same room as Xi, and he has to look him in the face to effectively say, "You're darn right, I'm going to protect American national security. And if you want to pull this, we have a lot more that we can do to you as well." And, the president has said that, but you have to be in the same room with the guy so the guy knows what's going on, so the guy knows you're serious. I'm quite certain that Xi Jinping knows that Donald Trump is a serious man, and obliterating the Iranian nuclear program has only further confirmed that fact.
There's always this question about how much of a paper tiger is the Chinese Communist Party in terms of their economic wherewithal. Is this just a bigger, more complicated version of the Soviet Union that will suffer the same fate ultimately? And I want to read you a passage from the Financial Times and see if you agree with this. Really interesting piece. Xi's trillion-yuan industrial blitz turned China into the factory of the future. EVs, chips, quantum, AI, pick your acronym, they lead it. Yet the economy's engine stalled. Total factor productivity is flatlined. For every BYD, that's state-sponsored conglomerate, there are a dozen zombie firms sucking subsidies. The state funds tech titans and their failures like Silicon Valley without the exits. Industrial policy worked too well. Every province builds the same factories, hoards the same talent, protects the same losers. It's innovation by committee. Impressive, unprofitable, unstoppable. The paradox is that China can manufacture progress but not efficiency. Tech grows but output doesn't. Power shifts, value fades. Xi's empire can mint billionaires and breakthroughs, just not productivity.
Dan, I'll go back to the way that you started talking about the Chinese Communist Party. This is a communist regime. It extracts the wealth of others. Without the United States, and this is why Donald Trump is focusing on tariffs, to even out the trade imbalance. Without China's trade surplus with us, they're nothing. You're talking about these zombie firms. A lot of these zombie firms have come and they've listed on U.S. capital markets, and they've totally ripped off U.S. investors. It's we, because American elites have let it happen. Donald Trump is the first guy to say no more. This is ridiculous. Between the trade deficit we won with them, which averages something like at least $300 billion a year. Last year it was $295 billion. And the number of Chinese companies that list on U.S. capital markets, we're the one that's floating them. So no, it's not like the Soviet Union in that one way. We never floated the Soviet Union. We never made China rich. We didn't build the China. We didn't make the Soviets rich. We didn't build the Soviet military. That's what we've done with China. Everything they have, they've taken from us, and they're pretty good imitators, right? The stuff that they've stolen, they've made pretty good copies. But yeah, this is not a place of innovation. They've sucked the lifeblood of innovation and invention from the United States, and no one's watched out for us. It's astonishing. It's an astonishing story that's been going on for 50 years, and really no one did anything until Trump.
Lee Smith is the best-selling author of The Permanent Coup and The Plot Against the President. His new book, as we have been discussing, very timely given President Trump's upcoming meeting with Xi, The China Matrix, that's the name of the book, The China Matrix, the epic story of how Donald Trump shattered a deadly pact. Lee Smith, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck with the book.
Thank you so much, Dan. I appreciate it.
And Lee Smith joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
These days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine. Dan Proft here from my friends at QC Kinetics. People just like you are finding lasting relief without steroids, medications, or surgery here in Chicagoland at QC Kinetics. Here's how it works. Your blood contains tiny but mighty healing tools. At QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli and her team get to the root of where your pain stems and concentrates these natural healing tools in the exact location. By putting these natural elements to work, your body can revitalize joints, literally using your own power to heal. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast, all natural, and there's no downtime. So, if your back, knees, or shoulders are keeping you from enjoying life, call my proud sponsor, QC Kinetics, today and schedule a free consultation with Dr. Caravelli and her team. Call QC Kinetics now, 312-827-6261. Again, that phone number, 312-827-6261. 312-827-6261. And tell them I sent you when you do.
President Trump has made some pretty amazing claims since he's taken his seat as president. He's delivering on what he promised. On Inauguration Day, Trump's very first declaration was,
"The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish."
Consider this. Since the election, gold has shot up hundreds of dollars per ounce, shattering all-time record highs. Fox Valley Coins does not pretend to know the future, but they do know that if you're buying or selling gold or silver, they are the place to do it. These are some of the top reasons people choose a dealer. You want a national dealer with a local presence you can deal with face-to-face. You want a large selection, the best prices, and great service. You want to walk in with cash and walk out with the best product. You want to deal with legacy dealers with integrity. Whether buying or selling or just one valuation, Fox Valley Coins is your answer for choosing a dealer. Visit Fox Valley Coins, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. FoxValleyCoins.com. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
Making the switch to a new communications and IT company may seem like a big ordeal, but if you're not getting the reliable support, consistent internet, and secure solutions your company needs, meet Access One, your local Chicagoland IT experts. Access One has been powering Chicago businesses with secure, reliable IT solutions for over 30 years from our headquarters right here in the West Loop. Whether it's VoIP phones, dedicated internet, managed cybersecurity, cloud backups, or 24/7 support, Access One is here for you. Serving thousands of companies from Naperville to the North Shore, Access One is Chicago-owned and Chicago-run, a trusted IT partner for law firms, clinics, tech startups to manufacturers. We'll make the switch easier than you think. Let's talk. Call 800-654-1555 or visit AccessOneInc.com. Rated top 5% in customer satisfaction and a Better Business Bureau A+ rated business. That's AccessOneInc.com. Tech made personal locally.
AM 560, The Answer.
This is kind of fun. Rare extended interview with His Greatness, Michael Jordan. Mike Tirico got it, and it's a pretty good question, actually. I don't know if I would have thought of it. The last time you picked up a basketball, a pretty good story MJ had.
Did you ever pick up a ball and just shoot? I haven't picked up a ball in years. No, come on. Just like walk past. There's got to be a hoop somewhere at your place. You don't see a hoop anywhere around here, right? I don't. Like, seriously, it's the last time you picked up a basketball and shot it. I was at the Ryder Cup. Yeah. And I rented a house from the owner. Sure. He came over to do pictures. He had grandkids. And I was meet and greet and thank him for allowing me to stay in the house. And he had a basketball court. He says, I want you to shoot one free throw. I said, really? And I already paid for the house. It's not like he got to see me. So when I stepped up to shoot the free throw, it's the most nervous I've been in years. Stop it. In years. Stop it. Come on. And the reason being is those kids heard the stories from the parents about what I did 30 years ago. Right. So their expectation is 30 years prior, and I haven't touched the basketball. I hope you swished it. Absolutely.
Of course he swished it. He's Michael Jordan. That's a great story, though. It is now 9 o'clock on AM 560 WIND, Chicago.
A basketball player and an NBA coach have to go to a different court. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups.
They're among a few dozen people arrested so far in a federal gambling investigation. Rozier plays for the Miami Heat. He's under scrutiny over sports betting, but in the case against Billups, who was a Hall of Fame player, now coach of the Portland Trailblazers, Fox's Nate Foy reports.
He is allegedly involved in a poker scheme with the American-Italian mafia. And then Damon Jones is a former NBA player and coach as well arrested. And this is all related to the same investigation that ultimately landed a lifetime ban for Jontay Porter, a former player for the Toronto Raptors, who admitted to altering his performance in games so that other people could make money off of prop bets.
We're awaiting a news conference any minute from FBI Director Kash Patel. On day 23 of the government shutdown, the Senate's planning a different vote amid a standoff over funding. Republican leader John Thune tells Fox,
anybody who's currently working and not getting paid would get paid under this proposal. The Democrats are going to try and counter it with a political gimmick, which would pay federal employees once, but then continue the shutdown.
Democrats have blocked new funding that would end that shutdown, demanding health care provisions be attached to spending. The European Union has joined the U.S. imposing new sanctions on Russia for the war in Ukraine. President Trump putting financial penalties on Russia's two biggest oil companies after canceling his planned second summit with Russia's leader.
It didn't feel right to me. It didn't feel like we were going to get to the place we have to get, so I canceled it.
The president's also defending U.S. military strikes on boats off the South American coast suspected of illegal drug trafficking.
We're allowed to do it. It's in international waters.
Trump critics question whether the attacks are legal. The latest boat blown up was Tuesday night. There have been 9 in all, killing 37 people that the war secretary calls narco-terrorists. America's listening to Fox News.
Yes. Today will be mostly sunny and breezy with a high of 53. Tonight, expect clear skies and chilly conditions with a low of 35. Some frost may form in colder areas. Tomorrow will bring plenty of sunshine, reaching a high of 55. Saturday will feature sun shining through high clouds with a high of 58. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Get your tickets for Freedom Summit Chicago 2025, happening on Saturday, November 8th at Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca. This year, featuring Dr. Ben Carson, Scott Jennings, Mike Gallagher, along with Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, John Anthony, and many more. This event will sell out fast, so get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Naumann and Associates, Scott Tucker Solutions Incorporated, and by Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago.
Hi, this is Sean Thompson. When you take your grandkids to Disney, do they know what's in your investment portfolio? Do they even care? They're busy having a great time, and you're busy making memories. At Alpha Wealth Group, Tom Fortino understands the nuts and bolts of retirement planning, the investments, the stock market, taxes, Social Security, Medicare, and much more. But think about it. What are you really trying to do here? Is your goal to beat the S&P, or is your goal to make memories with your family? At Alpha Wealth Group, their goal is to give you the confidence to spend in retirement without the fear of running out of money. Call Tom Fortino and the team at Alpha Wealth Group to learn more. You can do it today. Call 630-864-6711. The number again, 630-864-6711. To schedule a no-obligation consultation. You can do it today online as well at alphawealthgroup.com. That's alphawealthgroup.com.
This month, Pure Talk is supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat vets struggling with PTSD. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. Sure, I like the unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and you will too. But you will love being in business with a company that shares your values. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication on your accounts, report phishing, and update your software on all your devices. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes identity theft, guaranteed or your money back. So stay smart, stay safe, and stay protected with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use the promo code BECK. Terms do apply.
MyPillow is excited to announce they're having their biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. My Slippers, only $39.98. Any color, any style. Regular $149.98. Now only $39.98. That's a $110 savings. Once they're gone for good. My Towels are finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And for the the first and only time, get their limited edition premium MyPillows made with Giza cotton and a designer gusset. Queens $17.98, Kings only $19.98. Also, for a limited time, when your order is over $100, you'll receive free shipping plus $100 in free digital gifts. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
Your local State Farm agent, Anthony DeGrotto, combines good neighbor service with surprisingly great rates. You can combine your home, auto, and life insurance to not only save you money, but give you the peace of mind you've been looking for. Anthony DeGrotto is your go-to agent in Chicagoland. He and his team will work for you to provide the best service you expect at the price you want. Combine your home, auto, and life insurance today. Anthony DeGrotto will help you mix and match things perfectly. His State Farm office is a top pick 2024 Daily Herald Reader's Choice Award winner. He's a proud supporter of Tunnel to Towers and like-minded as you. His State Farm agency is currently looking to add members at their Roselle office. Call Anthony at 847-895-1500 today or visit DeGrottoSF.com. That's DeGrottoSF.com. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
When age-related health issues arise, don't just treat the body, treat the soul. For over 130 years, Lutheran Life has provided nonprofit, Christ-centered care for seniors. Arlington Heights, Ottawa, Bloomington, and Crown Point. 4 Lutheran Life communities to serve all your needs for assisted living, memory care, nursing, and rehab. Find out how by visiting LutheranLifeCommunities.org today. That's LutheranLifeCommunities.org.
When you can't trust the mainstream media, where do you turn? Get the answers from Mike Gallagher right now on AM 560. The Answer.
Portions of the following program may contain pre-recorded material.
From the wild world of D.C. politics to America's culture clash, brace yourself for the reality check you've been waiting for. The one and only Mike Gallagher.
Uh-oh, I did it now. I publicly picked a fight with a couple of my colleagues on social media. I'm going to need your help. Come to my rescue. I picked a fight with Hugh Hewitt, my friend and colleague, and Sid Rosenberg, who's also a friend and colleague. Not for the same company. Sid, of course, works for another radio station in New York, WABC. Sid has been very high profile and is now sort of turning on his friend Curtis Sliwa and endorsing Andrew Cuomo. That's what Hugh did. Hugh and I and Joe Piscopo and Kevin McCullough, we were all on a panel a couple of weeks ago in New York City. Thousands of people participated, and Hugh came right out of the gate. You got to vote Cuomo. Got to vote for Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo. And I can't look. I wavered. I get it. Politically, pragmatically. Oh, okay. Numbers wise, it's probably the easy way out. You say, well, maybe Cuomo has a better chance. Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo. Do you know who he is? Do you get who he is? What does it feel like to be a Republican